ready if you are. You say? Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I declare this meeting open at 5 p.m. We'll begin by acknowledging the continuing connection of Aboriginal people to country, culture and community, including traditional custodians of this land, the Wadundee and Kaniang people of the Noongar Nation, paying respects to elders past and present. A reminder to everyone that the meeting is being live streamed and digitally recorded in accordance with Council Policy EMCP2. Members of the public are reminded that no other visual or audio recording of this meeting by any other means is allowed without the permission of the chairperson. While every endeavour has been made to only record those who are actively participating in the meeting, loud comments or noises may be picked up in the recording. In attendance, I'm Vivian McCarthy. We have Councillor Alexis Davey, Councillor Anne Mitchell, Councillor Lisa Glover, Councillor John Bailey, Councillor Anita Lindeman, and Councillor Deanna Shand, and Councillor Peter Gubler. Staff present are CEO Nick O'Connor, Acting Director of Finance and Corporate Lauren Clifford, Director of Operations Ross Marshall, Administration Officer Corporate Services Samantha Farquhar, Finance Project Manager Stuart Eaton, and Manager Development Services Michelle Dennis. And I welcome everyone that's participating via the live stream. We have a couple of procedural motions to work through. We need to suspend clause 8.2, calling for members to rise. And we do this to improve the sound quality of the live stream. Would councillors like to move the motion? Councillor Lindeman, seconded Councillor Mitchell. Does anyone plan to speak against the motion? Carried. The second motion relates to the order of business. Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, if I may, I'd like to move that 926 annual review of long-term financial plan is a move to the last of the financial issues, which I believe should be around 9.34. Thank you.
9.34, 9.23?
23?
Do you think?
Just a sec. Yeah, the assets ones, unless I've got it wrong, is 9.3.
I've got it 9.3.2. So
yes, so this goes after that to
so
9.
We'll go, yep.
9. Yep. So it's after all the finance-related ones. Thank you.
Just a moment.
Just a point of clarification. So it's after the financial sustainability asset and service reviews phase 1. You would like the LTFP matter to go in after that one?
Yes, okay. So basically it's after the capital works, the 6-year program, it's after the community grants, it's after the elected members, it's after the workforce, and it's after the financial sustainability. Thank you.
So you're comfortable with what's up on the screen there, Councillor?
932. Standing orders. 3.2 is the sustainability, so it needs to be...
So after that one, yep.
Yeah, 9.3, yeah, if it's after 3. I thought there were some others, is why I suggested...
That's pretty much towards the end of the meeting, Councillor.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Peter Gubler. Would you like to speak to your motion, Anne?
No, I just think it's prudent that we actually consider the long-term, the financial one that sets the budget, etc., with the percentage, if we consider that after all the other decisions we've made, because it will actually affect the way, I know the prior decisions will affect the way I vote, so thank you.
Councillor Gubler? Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Would anyone like to speak against? All in favour? Carried. Moving on to 2.1, apologies. Councillor Grant Patrick has requested a leave of absence as outlined in 2.3, but for now he's an apology. Item 2.2, approve leave of absence. We have none. Item 2.3, application for leave of absence. Councillor Patrick has submitted a request for a leave of absence to the Chief Executive Officer on the 20th of May 2025, which pertains to the May ordinary meeting. Would someone like to move that application? Councillor Shand, a seconder. Councillor Glover. Does anyone oppose the application? We'll consider that carried. Would any other councillors like to request a leave of absence? Thank you. Moving into item 3, announcements. On the 8th of June, cross-country runners will be running through town while they run the Bunbury to Preston River Loop. So spectators are welcome. And the WA Light Car Club's Safari in Grimwade rally is on the 21st of June. Participants will be staying at the VC Mitchell building from the 20th to the 21st of June. And next, the Bark Midwinter Ball is on again at Baling Up Hall on the night of the 21st of June, and this will be a notable evening. You can get your tickets by following the link in the reports on the Shire website. And finally, the bike rescue program is being held again from the 25th to the 27th of June. The program teaches young people to refurbish and repair old bicycles, and this year there includes a mentoring component is included, with past participants being invited to refresh their skills on the 24th of June. The program is being held at the Donnybrook District High School. However, there are places for young people from outside the school, and you can contact the Shire Administration and express your interest in participating. Item 4, declarations of interest. A reminder that Division 6, Subdivision 1 of the Local Government Act 1995 states that care should be taken by all councillors, committee members and staff to ensure that a financial or impartiality interest is declared and that they refrain from voting on any matter which is considered to come within the ambit of the Act. Councillor Anita Lindeman has declared an impartiality interest in relation to item 9.2.8, Council Policy Reviews, COMD/CP1, Community Grants and Donations, as she is a member of the Donnybrook Baling Up Chamber of Commerce. And Councillor Mitchell, I believe you have an impartiality that you've lodged?
I've actually got two, I realise. One is for 914, which is the capital works to the roads. I will be advocating strongly for that. I live on a gravel road, but it's not within the 6-year plan. And the other one is the financial sustainability, is because I've got a long-term friendship with the person who provided the blocks in Trigwell Street as part of a subdivision he did.
So you've got a form to fill out there, Councillor Mitchell. Thank you. So it's 9.1.4, 9.2.
That's correct. Yep. And they're both, just for clarification, they're both impartiality, Councillor Mitchell? Yep.
Moving on to item 5, public question time. There are no responses to questions taken on notice. And we have no questions tonight in public question time. And we have no presentations. Sorry, under 6.1, we have petitions, we're noting that a petition has been received by the Shire requesting a reduced speed limit on Grimwade Road, Balingup, in the rural residential area. The petition has been signed by 46 individuals, but unfortunately doesn't comply with the requirements of the Shire of Donnybrook, Balingup Meeting Procedures Local Law, as set out in clause 6.10(1) A, C or D. For this reason, the petition hasn't been included in this section of the agenda. However, the petition has been included as an attachment 10.1.11 under item 10.11. There are no presentations and no deputations. And no delegate reports. Which takes us to the adoption by exception. Would councillors like to move the recommendations that the following items have been resolved, that the following items be resolved en bloc in accordance with executive recommendations? 7.1.1, Ordinary Council meeting held on the 23rd of April 2025. 8.2.1, the Warren Blackwood Alliance of Councils Committee meeting held on the 1st of April 2025. 8.3.1, the Bushfire Advisory Committee meeting held on the 10th of April 2025. 8.4.1, the Southwest Country Zone meeting held on the 28th of April 2025. 9.1.1, the Fire Prevention Order for 25-26 Annual Review. 9.1.3, Election of Office Bearers, Bushfire Advisory Committee. And 9.2.1, Schedule of Accounts Paid as at the 30th of April 2025. And finally 9.2.2, the Statement of Financial Activity Report for the period ending 30th of April 2025. Would someone like to move the adoption by exception? Councillor Lindeman, and seconded? Councillor Gubler. Does anyone wish to oppose the recommendation? We'll consider that carried. Moving on to item 8, reports of committees, and at 8.1 we have the Southwest Regional Road Group. At 8.11 we have the Southwest Regional Road Group Committee meeting held on the 31st of March 2025. Now, Director of Operations, I understand there have been some changes since the executive recommendation was made at the agenda briefing session. Would you like to address Council?
Thank you, Madam President. What we did do is we just added some detail, particularly regarding the preferred model for funding. So you can see the changes there. In simple terms, the changes reflect the current arrangement for roads. So that's sort of the material change. Other than that, it's we are looking to do a workshop on this in the future, just to provide a bit more information on what we see happening in the future. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Director of Operations. Do councillors have any questions? Would councillors like to... Oh, sorry, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to check that there's alignment between the proposed recommendation now, or proposed motion now, and what was in the Southwest Country Zone.
I did check that off, and Councillor, instructing the Chief Executive Officer to formally write to the members for Collie Preston, Jodie Hahn, was not in our Southwest Country Zone. CEO, the rest I thought aligned with
Yes,
the
it does. Yes. Yep.
There was one that I picked up wasn't on there, and that was the Southwest Development Commission. We haven't written to them. Are they... Yeah,
I probably want to have a chat offline with you, Chair
Okay.
President, just in regards
All
to that one. And apologies, I know you did send me through an email, but we'll
Okay.
have a conversation about whether that is within their remit or not. I think it might be at the margins.
Yeah,
Um,
okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you. So, councillors, we have an executive recommendation before us. Would someone like to move and second the recommendation? Councillor Mitchell, seconder. Councillor Shand. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
Yes, I will. I actually asked for this to be withdrawn because I think it needs to be very, very clear. This is a big shift. When I went to the it was interesting, and I'm sure you noted that the regional road group, the vote was 7-5 that it was going to happen. We were told unequivocally this was going to happen, and yet at the zone meeting, the president saw it through different lights. So we have actually met the five of us and taken this act, identified that this needs to be discussed. Originally, I and 4 others voted against it at the regional road group because at the time we were taking on responsibility without having the opportunity to come and speak to our councils. That's originally why we pulled it. At the time we were told it was a fait accompli, it was going to happen, etc., etc., etc. So there's a little bit going on, and so it will take time to work out, but at least this way everyone is aware and clear as this comes forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Shand?
Yeah, I agree. And thank you, Councillor Mitchell, for raising those points. As I was looking through, I saw the same thing, so this is good to see this.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Mitchell, right of reply? No? All in favour? All against? Councillor Gubler, what was your vote? Is it for or against? Against. Thank you. Moving into reports of officers under the Director of Operations, 9.1.2, the endorsement of nominated fire control officers. I'd like to just acknowledge the fire control officers listed in item 2.1 of the recommendation, and these officers give their time freely as volunteers and in a bushfire-prone area. These volunteers are the backbone of our community, and just thought we could pull this from items on block to recognise that point. And councillors, we have the committee recommendation before us. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Lindeman. And second, Councillor Shand. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? I'm sorry, Councillor Lindeman.
Really only to echo what you've said, and that's each and every one of those 16 people have dedicated their time outside of their family, etc., to look after our community. On reflection, I thought about what do I do? Maybe I should be signing up. Maybe I should be participating. And I did take note that they're all men, and I thought, well, why aren't I? So I will spend some time on that and ruminate and decide whether that's something I should be participating in. I hope others do the same because fire is only going to be an increasing threat for our area. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman. Councillor Shand? Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Councillor Glover?
Yeah, I too want to acknowledge these people for the dedication that they do. I also want to draw attention to the fact that many of these people are also working their land and living on farms in the areas that they're representing, and they're volunteering for. They're hardworking people and they're contributing a lot to our community, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone else like to speak for the motion? The right of reply, Councillor Lindeman? Okay, we'll put that to vote. All in favour? It's carried. Okay, moving to item 9.1.4, 6-year capital forward roadworks program. Councillors, we have an executive motion before us. Would someone like to move the recommendation?
Can I move with an amendment, thank you?
Won't be an amendment, it'll be just a substantive motion.
We need to move
Okay.
the motion first. Someone like to move the motion? Councillor Glover? And seconder? Councillor Lindemann? Councillor Glover, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I certainly would like to note that this is fantastic that we've got a plan going forward. I feel that it's something that we've all been looking for quite a while now, so I feel really relieved that we actually have a plan and we've been very clear about what it is that we're going to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glover.
Could I
Councillor
foreshadow,
Lindemann?
please? Could I foreshadow the amendment?
We'll just,
Yeah,
Okay.
I need to get it on the table before we get to the closing, so, yeah. I'll just foreshadow. and
just a
it's-
moment,
Yeah.
just a moment, Councillor.
So I think Councillor Mitchell wants to move an amendment, if there's a move, if it's been moved and seconded.
Can we just move it so that she speaks to foreshadow? Or can it just be foreshadowed at any time?
Well, you've got a motion on the table, which is the officer recommendation. If indeed a councillor wishes to, wishes to, yeah, you can do it at any time.
Sorry, Councillor Mitchell. Yes, you can foreshadow at any
Yeah, I'll
time.
foreshadow just with that one point that I submitted to have a 3% increase, thank you.
Can you just?
Or
we
you can
show
move
that?
it as an amendment, if you wish.
Oh, is it an amendment or alternative? Amendment?
All right, but we probably just need some clarification on the timing, because it will depend on your wording, and the year will depend on whether it is an alternative, because it may require an absolute majority, or if it's scenario B, it's an amendment. So what we might do, with your
Can you put
permission,
it up? I'd
Yeah.
like to put it up, please,
Yeah.
and just clarify. So, Councillor Mitchell, can you just read that wording and make sure it is as you intended?
Increase the contribution by 3% a year, and increase the 24-25 budget own source funding by 3%. In the attachments, it talks about how the increase is 1% over the year. So first of all, we're talking about 24-25, which will be an increase of 1%. 3%. At present, it's set, but increase that by 3%, and then increase the ongoing funding by 3%.
Can I just confirm that you're putting forward an increase for the current year?
Yes.
Well, that is an alternative motion then. Okay.
so
foreshadowed?
Yeah, so
Excuse me, CEO?
just to be clear, yes, and yeah, that, because it is applying to this year, you're looking at essentially amending the budget, and therefore that would require an absolute majority. Therefore, that is an alternative motion as opposed to an amendment.
Thank you. An alternative.
So you're foreshadowing an alternative motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Yes, Councillor Davey.
I just want to check that I understand your foreshadowed motion correctly, and you want to increase this financial year that we're in's budget, not the 25-26 budget.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. So basically, as the budget stands at present, they've set the budget, then they've actually done the plan, and they've actually added 1% for each year after that. I looked at the plan and thought, well, the amount we're increasing would, the equivalent, sorry if I'm not clear, the equivalent of 1% for this budget to go in now as a start, and then increase by 3% each year after.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment, please.
Can I just confirm, does she want to change it in the capital works plan or in the actual
Budget. Yeah, that's what I'm not
Because
clear
I'm
on.
perceiving from this that it's actually in here that she wants to change the amount,
Right.
which would have to change in the budget anyway. Yes.
Yeah. So
It's not by 3%, yeah. Just leave it, just leave.
Hold it, Councillor Mitchell.
yeah, I don't. I'm not sure I'm on the same page. I can only speak for my own.
I'm
interpretation.
happy. I understand where the confusion is. Just 3% going forward. Take out this budget.
Okay.
Because, yeah, like you're more than welcome to increase the budget by 900 and something thousand times 3%, but
So we're going to now have that reading as increase, well, it will, if you're taking out this current year, if I'm right, you can make that an amendment.
It's an amendment, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, an amendment's
So we'll
fine.
just have we'll have councillor Lindemann speak to her second, and then we'll move from there.
Bit difficult for me to speak to it now. However, look, I like roads, but I don't love roads like some people do. So I'm going to let them speak passionately about their roads.
Thank you, councillor Lindemann. Now, councillor Mitchell, would you like to move your amendment?
I'll move, just, yeah, we're moving the amendment and this will be an ongoing 3% increase, correct? Okay. Well,
Just need a seconder.
We need a seconder for that. Would anyone like to second it? Councillor Glover? No, can Councillor Glover second if she's moved the original? Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. And councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I'd like to speak to it because as I've identified that there isn't a great deal of additional ceiling, and we understand that the roads are getting, as the farms are being subdivided and no longer used for agriculture, all our areas on gravel roads are carrying far, far more traffic. They actually, each residence probably's got 2 cars and each move twice a day, so it's very high. However, the big thing with this is that as we get, if we increase this and our own source, the money we get from alternate sources are quite often, we put in $1, they put in 2. So as much as we're increasing by effectively 0.5% of rate increase a year, 3%, like 1%'s $9,000, 1827. So basically that 27 times 3, and you've got a real substantial increase that will make an effect. What was very clear to me about how we do have to attract funding, I went from Loudon to Grimwade. The Loudon to the Grimwade Road, not Loudon to Greenbushes, sorry, Loudon to Grimwade was gravel. It was well maintained with only about 6 corrugations on the whole length of the journey. Then I popped out in the middle of the bush out at Grimwade, popped into the bush out, and there was a bitumen road, and there was a good 2-lane bitumen road all the way to Greenbushes. Now that's because of the commodity funding. Didn't see a roo and didn't see another vehicle, but that is how beneficial to be able to attract these funding sources from alternate road sources, but we have to have the dollars there in the first place. So I really do urge you, because one of our core business, you mightn't love them, Councillor Lindemann, but our core business is roads and lots of gravel roads. So I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glover?
Yeah, they're fantastic points that you raised there. I also, I like the idea that by us contributing, we can then therefore get more money as well, which actually then helps going forward. I think identifying this plan has identified the gaps that we have in our planning going forward. So I think it's a valuable amendment to make.
Councillor Lindemann?
I'd just like to question, what is the 3% dollars worth for the budget? So, because this will affect the budget.
Sorry, what was that question?
What's the 3% represent in dollars?
I'll have to
Through the chair, if anyone has that information.
Offhand, I don't know what the roads budget is, and Mr Marshall.
Director of Operations? Do you
Chair,
have-
thank you, Madam President. At the current contribution, our own source funding, which is 900,000, so 1% is 9,000, obviously 3% 27,000, as opposed to rates. So this is just a percentage on the own source funding, so about 27,000.
Could I ask a follow-up question?
Councillor Lindemann?
So we rob Peter to pay Paul. Who do we rob? Where do we get the money from? So if we're increasing from 1% to 3%, where are we taking the money from in our own source funding?
Thank you.
What misses out, I guess?
That's for
I
council to determine.
I can respond to some extent if Stuart could help me. At the moment, we do our long-term financial plan based on asset condition and what we know about the assets. We do have a knowledge gap in our roads and bridges calculations, but it's based on, Stuart, am I right saying priority and asset condition?
Yeah.
If you'd like to add anything to that. So it's actually, the 3% is actually sitting outside of our long-term financial planning process. So we'd have to, thank you, Stuart. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question, please?
If we, Councillor Mitchell's request is to increase our own source funds for roads by 3% on our existing base of $900,000, I believe it is. What impact does that have on the remaining financial plan? My understanding is that the long-term financial plan has all those asset maintenance schedules put through that you've developed for the plan.
Currently,
how would you apply a 3%
yes, in
increase?
terms with regard to roads, the Shire currently doesn't have a evidence-based asset management plan because we don't have the resources to be able to dedicate and understand the long-term consequences of our current road condition. So simply by adding additional funding, that will just mean the asset renewal funding gap will increase, which means that needs to be sourced from general revenue, which essentially rates, or otherwise to reduce expenditure in other areas to fund it. So when we look at the long-term financial plan coming up, it identifies a 16% gap, that will increase by $30,000, which is about 0.25% or 30% in rates.
So it would come, own source funding means our rates income.
Essentially,
Or other income,
reduction
rates
in
or other
expenditure
income
in
we
other
generate.
areas. Yep.
Thank you.
So I guess, do you mind if I
CEO?
just add to that? I think, and sorry if I'm wrong here, Councillor Lindeman, my understanding was that if indeed we wanted to keep the same net effect but increase one part of the budget, your question is more around what are we looking at reducing?
Who do you, or what do you select to fund less to increase funds from one?
Yeah.
You've got to
You would
take
be-
from another.
Yeah. Well, I think that's up to council to determine. We, as an organisation, there's a bucket of money that's provided, and there's different buckets within that large bucket. And in the event you want to top that one up a bit more, then it's a policy decision of council of what you reduce. Yep.
Have you got sorry, I'll just let Stuart speak first.
Through the chair, that will largely be determined by the item later in the council meeting regarding to the rate increase. If it's kept to a bare minimum, which means it's going to be essentially coming from other sources, if it's close to the officer recommendation, then that rate increase would adequately cover that change if this resolution was successful. But I think there's a draft resolution at this stage to limit indexation to 3.5%. We won't be able to keep 3.5% with this resolution, which means that will need to increase, or there'll need to be something to reduce accordingly. That may be road maintenance, could be parks maintenance, could be something that officers will determine that in order to achieve the outcome that council wants with a percentage allocation to indexation increases. So essentially it'll be an officer decision to do that, and we'll report what that is through the budget process.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a question, Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, when a road is deteriorate, say for example they get 2 grades a year or 3 grades a year, and it deteriorates to an extent that it's dangerous and has to have additional 15 k's of grading because it hasn't been maintained correctly, where is that money found?
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Are we able to answer that question? Is that coming through our long-term financial plan, our roads and...
I mean, I might
bridges?
defer to the Director of Operations, but generally that's just part of the grading program and in responding to any customer requests that come through from members of the public. But of course, there's a difference between, I guess, 3% allocated to road construction and a 3% increase in road maintenance. So road maintenance is the grading. Road construction is a different set of pools. So my understanding of this resolution is to increase the own source funding for road construction that's asset renewal, whereas grading comes out of the maintenance budget.
I would have thought through you, Chair, that indeed if there is one budget that's set and if there's a high level of service required for one road, that may mean that we either get a budget amendment or we reduce the level of service and we delay some of that maintenance program into a future year because you've got one bucket of money.
Do you have a question, Councillor Davey? Councillor Mitchell, do you have another question?
Yeah, I do. In relation to maintenance, that improves the standard of the road, so therefore there's less, construction improves the standard of the road, so there's less maintenance required, I would assume. Is that how it goes?
Stuart.
Through the
thank you.
chair, there's different, different areas of construction. One is asset renewal. So asset renewal returns an asset to the existing standard of a new asset.
yes, yep.
So like for like. And then you've got asset expansion. So that's expanding, the serviceability of an asset. So they may be widening a single lane road to a dual lane road or constructing a sealed road from a gravel road. But typically what asset renewal does is to bring it up to essentially a new standard and continue that cycle as it depletes, then it gets renewed again rather than creating something additional that it was from the original new.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Glover?
So just to clarify with what you were just saying, and I was looking at Mr Marshall around this too.
Are you asking for clarification?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've said, isn't it? So if a gravel road was bitumised, then that would therefore, what we're sort of gaining in that and spending in that would actually be saving money on maintenance further down the track. Is that correct? Because we won't be grading that road going forward. Is that how you were defining that?
Through the chair, typically gravel roads are cheaper to maintain than sealed roads. That's why you don't see sealed roads on mine sites. So a sealed road typically has a longer term cost because of the surface requires resealing as opposed to a grade and just re-sheeting the gravel.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions?
Yep, so
Councillor Lindemann?
thank you. I just, through the chair to the appropriate person to get clarification. So you're talking about approximately 27,000 extra money attributed to new roads. Now, my understanding is a kilometre of new road costs. Does anyone have the answer for that again, please? We'll call it a single lane, no verge, just a single, it's pretty hard, I know, but
we know
it's
that
the
it's a lot
cost of
more
it.
than the 27, it's probably a lot more than $27,000. Yeah, just.
That's where I would like the question to go or lead to the answer of what are you going to get for your 27,000?
Director of Operations?
Through the chair, I answer this question pretty fearfully. Look, initially, not a lot, let's be honest, but I think the greater issue is that we're chasing costs at the moment. So if we don't increase our own source funding, then what we can do will be less and less and less. So to answer your question specifically about what does it cost for a kilometre of road, there's too many variables. It's too dangerous to answer that question because it could range from 50,000 to 500,000. Probably a mean average might be around the 250 to 300 mark for a sealed road. But yeah, there's a lot of moving parts in a road, but it would make a difference over time. And if we don't start making that difference now, that gap is just going to get greater from a road condition point of view. But obviously we've got the financial position to consider as well.
Thank you. I have one last question. I'm sorry. Oh, Peter, sorry.
Oh, just in relation to what Roscoe just said, that it's okay talking about the 54,000 or something, but if you get additional funding to make that up, you might be up to $100,000, so it'll go a lot further. So I'm just about adding to what he just said. So it will contribute to a lot more money by getting more money involved in the project.
Thank you. Stuart?
I just wish to clarify that extra funding component. Just because we have more on-source money does not mean we get more grants. Typically, the regional road group, black spots, those who go to the regional road group meetings know that's on a 10-year, I believe it's a 10-year program anyway, and we're going to contribute towards that. But just want to clarify, just because we've got more money doesn't necessarily mean we get more grants. And it's from an officer's perspective, as the Director of Operations said, maintaining real-term funding is necessary. We don't want to see that depleted. But just to clarify, it doesn't mean we're going to always get valuated to that extra money. It depends on what the agencies have for their priorities, and it's competing funds as well.
Okay, my question relates to process, and both the CEO and Manager Finance Projects. Would this recommendation sit outside the current process we have for assessing through asset condition? Like, does it upset the process of coming to the long-term financial plan, which we now know is based on asset condition and built into the asset maintenance plans that then feed into the long-term financial plan? Does this further allocation upset that? And does it detract from other items in the budget?
No, it doesn't. As I mentioned before, we don't have asset management planning for roads at this stage. So from the long-term planning perspective, we use, an indexation methodology where we look at what we had the previous year and apply an indexation process to it. So this resolution won't change that. It's just a case of the preparedness for council to fund it through essentially additional rates. That's the main crux from the long-term financial planning perspective. Is it going to add to the funding gap?
Add to the uplift.
Yeah, it's going to add to the funding gap, or will that funding gap be mitigated through an increase in either revenue, which is essentially rates, or a reduction in services?
Okay.
So essentially, through the resolution, through the item that's coming up shortly with regard to the long-term financial plan, if the indexation component of that rate increases is limited, then that's going to come from cuts in other areas, and that'll be a Chief Executive Officer decision. However, if the rate is increased to reflect that, then that will be covered through the rates revenue process.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Lindeman?
Just double checking. If this was to be approved, we would have to find more money through rates revenue, or we would have to take it or fund it from somewhere else. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Councillor Glover?
Yeah, my question is in regard to something in that way, is that if we don't, it's a little bit like the funding gap in the long-term financial plan, but this is a funding gap in the maintenance of the roads. So if we don't contribute towards that, then is that therefore going to mean that further down the track, we're kind of kicking the can down the road with regard to our roading, because we're not actually allocating enough money to that? So where we're kind of saving money or trying to save money in one way, we're kind of opening up a bigger gap in the other. Is that correct?
We actually don't know, to be honest, because we don't know if the current level is sufficient. We don't know if it's insufficient. We don't know if it's too much.
It's unknown.
The fact is we don't have that data to be able to provide impartial advice to council whether the current level of own source funding is sufficient or not.
Thank you. Councillor Shand?
So would we then potentially say the same thing for reserves? We don't actually know. There's a model that we can follow to ensure that we have the reserves, but we don't actually know.
We, if you read the consolidated what's the title of the report? The Consolidated Asset. Yeah, it does talk about knowns and known unknowns. And we do have a gap of knowledge around roads and bridges. And without sophisticated software and adequate processes around it, we'll be in that situation for a while. Any other questions? Okay, just capping where we are, we had a substantive motion that was raised by Councillor Glover and seconded by Councillor Lindeman, and then we had an amendment raised by Councillor Mitchell and seconded by Councillor Glover. Sorry, would anybody else like to speak for the motion? Councillor Davey?
Yeah, so we're debating $18,000, which is 0.2% when you look at rate increases. The current gap in our our long-term asset management is 16, so it'd be going from 16 to 16.22 if we ignored this item. If our own source funding is $900,000 a year, we're proposing to increase that to $909,000 a year, and then Councillor Mitchell's come in and said actually $927,000, would be better. So $18,000 a year, 0.22% of rates. I also have a gravel road that is down to rock base, and I know I'm not alone, so it would be great if we could be making sure that we're not going any further backwards with reducing services on roads, given it's probably the most dangerous thing that we do every day. So very supportive of making sure that we are being proactive in addressing our reserve gap for road maintenance into the future. Even though we don't know what it will be exactly, we do know that we'll need to do more work in this area. So I'm really supportive of this one. I don't think, if we're looking at a 10% rate increase later in the agenda, I don't think 0.2% is material, and I would really support doing more with roads.
Would anyone like to speak against the amendment? Would anyone else like to speak for the amendment? Councillor Glover.
If I speak now, am I closing the debate because I seconded the...
Oh, you've already spoken?
Yeah, well,
You've already spoken?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're sorry, you can't speak. I'm sorry. Okay, it's for... Anybody else wants to speak to the motion? We'll put the amendment to vote. All in favour? Sorry, right of reply, Councillor Mitchell.
Just quickly, I would like to say that, thank you for all your questions. It opened up a lot of thought, but I do sit on the regional road group, and our manager of works is so proactive in having projects lined up, and there is a lot of underspend. They come back time and time again for more money. One came back today and it was 100% more than the quote, and it was granted. So when we say we need to put in a bit to get a third, it relies on our manager of works to keep the programs running and be forward thinking, etc., as you see in the 6-year plan, but the money's there. So I urge you all to support it, because this is core business and it's not a lot. They make a lot of use of a small amount of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. We'll put that to vote. All those in favour? The amendment is carried and becomes the substantive motion. So we need a mover and a seconder for the substantive motion. Councillor Lindeman is moving it. Councillor Mitchell seconding. Councillor Lindeman.
Just that I enjoy being convinced of the greatness of spending lots of money on roads. And I know they're important, but it's really good to hear from someone that takes a great interest in it and reminds me of its importance. So thank you.
Councillor Mitchell.
How can I respond to that? Thank you. We've got a big meeting. We'll move on. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the substantive motion? Against? Right, we'll put that to vote. All in favour? It's carried. Moving to item 9.1.5, temporary accommodation request for 8, lot 27, Southwestern Highway, Donnybrook. Councillor Lindeman and Councillor Mitchell, you had some questions. Have you received the response provided by Manager Development Services?
I have, and I do believe there was another point going in about retaining
Yes.
walls or planning or something like that.
So there's
Thank you.
sorry, through you, Chair, there's an advice note in the executive officer or the executive recommendation that talks about 1.9, and it says there, applicant to note that the introduction of fill and site works required to facilitate this activity will require prior development approval from the Shire.
Thank you. Any questions, given that additional information?
Do we need to move it first and then, sorry.
I was just going to ask questions for those details. So, no, all good. So, would someone like to move the executive recommendation? Councillor Shand, and seconded, Councillor Lindeman. Councillor Shand.
We've been working hard on trying to get these types of situations across the line, so I think this is a good way to begin. Thank you for the work on it, and let's hope that we can get more like this happening.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. Councillor Lindeman.
I did write some notes, of course. But going out to the site, yeah, I would have liked, well, one in future, you really have to look at the land. You have to, the maps, nothing tells you anything like walking it and having a look. The other thing is, I would have liked this to have been included prior to me looking at it, and then for both councillors to raise those questions, that it did need something done to the land itself, because it really was in question. And also, I guess is it the chicken and the egg story? You know, you've got to get the approval before you can put it on the land, but you've got to have the decent land to get the approval. So I found that a little bit tricky. So I appreciate that this has now been added, because I feel like if I wanted a tree house and you came and had a look and you said, oh yeah, we'll give you a tree house, but I haven't grown the tree yet to put it in, but I want the approval so I can do it. I feel like it should have come in together, so that you could have a good look. So I guess, what am I saying? I'm speaking to them. Sorry, I had all this stuff written down. I am speaking for the motion because, yes, I am looking to approve these sorts of things as often as possible, but let's get it right.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Mitchell. You can have the minute if you need it.
No, it's okay. I'm quickly going through everything, and my initial concern was the flood level in that area, knowing how the river will rise, and I think that's been addressed. I've seen an email that it's been addressed, so I'm all for this. Let's get some more accommodation. We can't, I fully understand that they'll be back in 2 years for another approval or whatever is required by then, but you know what, I think I'd prefer to see people in caravans with temporary accommodation so that if there's a problem, it's not as hard as moving a house that doesn't have planning approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Shand, right of reply.
Yeah, look, I had the same concerns, but we've seen time and time again the work that the administration do. So for me, I knew that work had probably been done. And I think that we need to do more of these so that we can get more people into town.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. We'll put that to vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Moving on to item 9.2.3, adoption of the 2025-26 fees and charges. Councillors, we have an executive recommendation before us that requires an absolute majority. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Lindeman. Would someone like to second the recommendation? I'll second the recommendation. Councillor Lindeman?
I'm glad there's a note in there that will determine the curbside waste collection services charges at the time of adoption. I'm just a little bit thrown because we're not in the same order, so I'm flicking through my notes going, huh? But yes, look, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. I don't need to say anything to the report. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Is anyone planning to speak against the motion? Then we'll consider that carried. Oh, sorry, no, we can't. We need an absolute majority, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
So, all in favour?
Yep.
Councillor Shand, you're okay? Yep, me too. So, all in favour, that's unanimous. Item 9.2.4, appointment to the Warren Blackwood Alliance of Councils Climate Alliance Reference Group, otherwise known as CARG. So, councillors, item 1 of the executive recommendation notes Councillor Lindeman's resignation from the reference group, but item 2 requires a councillor to nominate to fill the vacant role. So the question is, do we have anyone that would like to fill the role? Councillor Glover. Would anyone else like to be included?
I think Councillor Lindeman wants to ask a question.
Councillor Lindeman?
Yeah, I just wanted to move the motion and then nominate.
Yeah.
Is that?
I was just confirming the nominations. Okay. Would someone like to move items 1 and 2 of the executive recommendation? Councillor Lindeman and Councillor Shand. Would anyone like to speak against that motion? Or Councillor Lindeman, did you want to speak to the motion?
I want to speak to the motion because I am the person that has resigned from this position. And I just wanted to say thank you to the committee that makes up the Warren Blackwood Alliance of Councils Climate Alliance Reference Group for their environmental and climate positive initiatives. However, as an individual, my reason for resigning was that I can no longer sit around another table tinkering with ideas, possible mitigation strategies or talk fests. I no longer have the stomach. I've spent 15 years in a business based on social and environmental sustainability. I've completed the beginnings of a graduate diploma at the University for Sustainable Enterprise and have advocated as a councillor for reduced impact on our environment. However, today we are so close to the tipping point, I can only see 3 ways to have the global change we require. Politically in Australia, at the state and federal level, even though today Woodside just got an extension for a 40-year continual gas drilling. Financially, the big end of town, if they were to tip in some real money, they could put in some innovation solutions, some land purchases purely for preservation. Or for me, it's going to be activism, strong, loud, in greater numbers, so we can't be ignored. I do more good spending my time working at the tip shop, recovering items from landfill to be reused, than sitting at another committee meeting. And I'd like you to know that bin chickens really are a thing of beauty, doing their best work across landfill sites around the country, eating our food scraps. So, you know, good for you guys, get in there and do the things that you want, but I hope you also join in when the opportunity is there to protest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lindemann. Councillor Shand.
Thank you, Anita, for the time that you spent going there. And we all know that these things are extracurricular activities, so thank you for your time. And thank you, Lisa, for putting your hand up.
Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge the effort that Councillor Lindemann has done over the last few years for this committee, and not only in the committee but outside in her advocacy roles that she plays in the community. It's a great effort, and I trust that she'll go on to be an excellent advocate. I would love to join her. And also acknowledge the fatigue of people who are really passionate about seeing climate adaptation action on the ground. So definitely acknowledge that that is an issue, and therefore really appreciative that Councillor Glover has stuck up her hand. I know she's been involved in the committee before, and that'll be excellent experience and knowledge to come back into the group.
And Councillor Davey is speaking as chair of that group. Yeah. Okay, would anyone else like to speak against the motion or for the motion?
Can I just double check? Show of present, yes. So just, I don't know whether it was articulated, but it's definitely what's up on the screen there. That is Councillor Glover, and there's no other nominations. That's what we're talking about.
Yes, yep. The highlighted Lisa Glover. All right. If there's no one else speaking to or for or against the motion, I'll ask Councillor Lindemann to close with right of reply.
Yes, I appreciate Councillor Glover joining the committee and for the work that they do, and hopefully they feel positive in what they're doing and continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put that to vote. All in favour? It's carried. It moves us to item 9.2.5, the review of council representation. And councillors, we again have an executive recommendation before us that requires an absolute majority. Would councillors like to move the recommendation? Councillor Shand. And a seconder, Councillor Davey. Councillor Shand.
This is something that I've seen happen in other shires, and I think it's a good practice to, as Councillor Mitch would say, cut the cloth, to minimise the money that we're spending in areas where it can make a difference. And I believe 7 will be sufficient.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. Councillor Davey.
Can I just... Yep.
Review of council representation.
Can I just clarify? Do you mind?
Sorry, CEO.
Sorry, I don't mean to interject, Shire President and Councillors, but I just want to be clear that I think this report's brought before Council tonight on the back of an elected member motion. So the advice that we received and what we're actually looking for the endorsement or the approval of Council is to go out to the community and seek their views around the appropriateness of the existing representation. We're not going out with a predetermined view seeking feedback. So I acknowledge around the table and within the community there may be a difference of opinion, but under the legislation, the requirement, we just need to go out and give pros and cons of increasing or decreasing within the limits under the Local Government Act.
Thank you for clarifying, CEO.
Yeah. Could I have a minute to catch up, please? I must admit I'm... So we're actually...
Just the number, please.
9.2.5, review of council representation.
Oh, I know the one. Thank you. No, thank you.
Okay.
That's all good. I'm with
All
you.
right, so we've had Councillor Shand move and speak to the motion, and we've had Councillor Davies second and hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, I have to admit, I thought we were on 9.2.7 committee members. But yes, I also support us going out and getting the community's perspective on whether they think that they are adequately represented by 9 councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Councillor Glover?
I think that this is in the order of what we're looking at as well, which is about the committee members and how hard some people work on committees, but also that not everyone around the table is on as many committees as some other people. So some people are working really, really hard and totally appreciate that. But then there's others around the table who are certainly contributing a lot, but not as much to committees. So I like the way it's followed on from there, but albeit I do like, obviously it was my elected member's motion to start the process of this. So it's fantastic that we are stepping through that and we are going out and we're gaining more information about it from our community and ensuring that we are represented and that we are able to manage the committees that we are on as well.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Would anyone else like to speak against the motion? Anyone else like to speak for the motion? Councillor Shand, right of reply.
As I said, I know this is going out to the community, but if they hear how we feel about it, then perhaps that will give them some understanding as to why we're bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. We can put that to vote. All those in favour? Thank you. It's carried. So item 9.2.6 is the item we were going to move to later into the program. Moving into item 9.2.7, appointment of committee presiding member and deputy presiding member. And councillors, we have an executive or another executive recommendation before us that requires an absolute majority. So would a councillor like to move the recommendation? Councillor Davey? And seconded, Councillor Lindeman. Councillor Davey, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I see this one as largely administrative, given that we'll have to go through the process again in October, but it's really good to be on the front foot with some of this legislative reform, and also acknowledge that we will need to be seeking an independent chair for the Audit and Risk Committee Management. So Audit and Risk Management Committee moving forward. So happy just to get this one sorted for now and then revisit it in October.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Davey. Good summary. Councillor Lindeman. No? Would anyone else like to speak to the motion, for the motion rather, or against? Councillor Davey, right of reply? We'll put that to vote. All those... Oh, sorry, Councillor Shand.
Yeah, sorry, I just have a question. With Councillor Patrick not being here, is that okay? The second part? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yep, he's in the role. So we put that to vote. All those in favour? It's carried. Okay. Item 9.2.8, Council Policy Review, COMD/CP-1, Community Grants and Donations. We have an executive recommendation that requires an absolute majority. Would someone like to move the motion? Councillor Davey?
Yeah, I'd like to move with an amendment, please.
You're just moving a motion. Yep, because there's nothing on the books at the moment. So if you have something different from the officer's recommendation, you're entitled to move that.
So that is a substantive motion.
So that will, once it's seconded, it becomes a substantive motion. Yep. We'll just get it up on the screen if you'll allow some time.
touch base, do I actually get mine on the table now? Like,
Councillors, there was a misconception around order of amendments. That doesn't apply. We just put the amendments through, work through them one by one. The order of submission comes into alternate recommendations.
thank you. So I can actually get mine, so everyone can see, can we
Once we deal with the First Amendment, and then we can put another amendment up. Okay.
Can I please ask a question?
Sorry, did someone say, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Councillor Davey.
My understanding from recent communication was that we had 4 options when making a motion, and so we could adopt the officer recommendation with amendment, adopt an alternate motion or defer consideration. So that's why I was moving the motion with amendment.
Yes.
That's okay. It's,
Yeah, so thanks for the clarification. Apologies for the wording. Yeah, it may well be that that you adopt the recommendation with the amendment, which is essentially what you're doing with your, but it's not actually, it's a change. Adopt the officer's recommendation with a change, which is not actually an amendment, if indeed you get in first, which you did at this stage.
So you're adopting the officer recommendation with a change, so that becomes, because it's straight off, we haven't put the officer recommendation up, that becomes the substantive motion.
And I'm happy to second that motion.
Councillor Lindemann to second. Okay.
Can you just take a second? Yep. Probably just for consistency, whether you want to allow Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Glover to foreshadow the amendments. Yeah, we did it before.
No.
Did we? Previous tonight. We don't let them foreshadow amendments. Did we do that earlier tonight?
That's because it's the standard.
No, that's all right. That's okay. We're right. Okay. Yep.
Okay. Councillor Davey, would you like to speak to your substantive motion?
Yeah, thank you. So just checking that we are adopting the community grants and donations as presented in attachment 9.2.8, but volume 4, is that correct? The volume that was circulated, sorry, version 4 that was circulated via email? Yeah? Okay, so in 24-25, we had a budget of 128,000 for under this policy. We're now proposing a budget of 89,500, which is a reduction of 0.5% of rates. Within the document, there is a breakdown of how that 89,000 will be spent. At the moment, there's been a significant increase in the Shire support initiatives because of the work done to realise the costs of all these in-kind services, which I appreciate that work that's been done and that services should not be provided for free into the future. But I'd just like to see that instead of an SSI of 35,500, that we have an SSI of 25,500, and the 10,000 difference goes into annual community grants, making that 22,000, which is the current grant bucket that we have in the 24-25 budget. So overall, we will still see an overall reduction of 0.5% equivalent of rates, but it's the division within the breakdown that I wanted to see really articulated, that we maintained $22,000 for annual community grants, especially given we are moving away from the SLA model, which means that people will need access to those one-off grants to maintain the same level of, you know, community projects and initiatives and those things that are really important to the social fabric of our community. So that is why I was just proposing a little bit more detail. I've also taken the opportunity to include a line item at the back of the policy, item, I think it's 4.2.5, which relates to an item in our climate change action plan that we publicly committed to, which is A11, so that Shires consider including eligibility in the grant assessment criteria. Sorry, that has come out wrong, but they consider community climate adaptation measures when they're reviewing grant applications. So it's a simple item that's been taken from that action plan, And it doesn't mandate that anyone's community grant application has to have any climate adaptation initiatives in it. It just encourages people to consider that category of grant when they're applying. So yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Lindemann, did you want to speak to that amendment? That substantive motion.
I'm happy to support it for the reasons given. I'm a little unsure of the last comments made, as they're not in front. Does that mean, is there a change in what people can do to apply now or not?
Do you
Thank
want
you,
to maybe,
Councillor Lindemann.
do you want to
put that
bring the policy up? December, if we bring the policy up. Yep.
Just, I can see no mention of any changes for applicants based on the...
Well, I want it up on the screen, please. Yep.
So my intent with this item was just that when people do grant applications, if they have proposed climate adaptation initiatives, that they're looked on favourably. So it's proposed to be a part of the update to that policy. There's a number of updates to that policy. There's both a tracked changes version and a clean version. This is the clean version.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
All right, on that, I'm happy to continue because I know from a federal government level, I think they're even asking small business to show their green credentials when they're supplying larger suppliers. So the change is taking foot at all levels of business in, small and large, just not in gas. So yes, I would support this. Thank you. I think cash gives people an opportunity to make decisions as well. If they've got more volunteers, they can do more with the money as opposed to relying on Shire for the support. So it just gives them a few more options and choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lindemann. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to raise your amendment?
Yes, I would at this stage. Thank you. You've got a copy of it. Just check with the CEO, is that legal and lawful to actually direct that additional money be where it goes? Thank you.
That's fine. Yep. So just a procedural matter. So we do have a motion on the books that's been moved and seconded, and that's as per what we've just gone through and Councillor Davey has articulated. So indeed, Councillor Mitchell, if you're looking at moving an amendment, we just need to have regard to, we do have a motion on the books. Yep.
Understand, thank you.
Councillor Mitchell, you're free to speak to your motion. Or, sorry, put it up there, and then we'll get a seconder.
Oh, okay. I thought yep.
Probably
Okay.
need a seconder then. I think we need a seconder.
Yes, we need the seconder. Is that the motion that you see
Yes,
up there?
thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to second that motion?
No.
I'll give
That's
you a
a fact of
moment to...
life. Thank you.
Right, well, we go back to the substantive motion. Right. And we have had Councillor Davies speak and Councillor Lindemann speak. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion?
Can I just ask
Councillor
a question
Glover?
this about processes
Yep.
as well? Because I did also put in an amendment.
Yep.
When does that come into it, or is it just is it after this
Yes.
happens?
So the process, so apologies.
Sorry, as
you
soon
want
as Councillor Glover speaks, she's able to raise her
No, you
amendment.
can only deal with one amendment at the time. So essentially what happens is there's a substantive motion, which we've moved and seconded, so that is the substantive motion. Councillor Mitchell has proposed an amendment. I understand, sorry, I was seeking some guidance. You called for a seconder, so it fails for the want of a seconder, so therefore we go back to the substantive motion, and therefore there's an opportunity to raise another amendment to that substantive motion. And you just keep going, so on until you get a resolution.
So, Councillor Glover, would you like to raise an amendment?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry, this is a confusing one because I think we all have slightly different ideas about how to go forward. So mine is up there. I did. Sorry, do I just go and talk about it, or do I need
we'll just
someone
get it up there if you like.
Yeah.
We'll get it up there
There
and then
it
we'll get a
is.
seconder.
Okay. Whoops. Sorry, where'd that go?
Has it been?
It came up and went away again.
Yeah, we need to have.
She's getting it.
Okay. So did we get a seconder?
Okay, we'll just let people read it for a second. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shand? Councillor Glover, did you want to speak to your motion?
Certainly. A similar idea to Councillor Davey, what she proposed as well, but I guess the difference being is the service level agreements being for $20,000 because that's the money we've actually committed, and we know that we have to honour that amount, but taking out the rest and popping it into the community grants funding, so bringing that up to $32,000. So extending that so that everyone has a chance to apply for a community grant, including the people that have now, they are being excluded in the proposed service level agreements previously. And that also would include anyone for Waterwise or anything like that. It just opens up that idea that community grants are for everybody, including the people who were previously getting service level agreement money. It also creates, by doing it in that way, from my understanding, it also creates a lot of transparency around what the money will be spent on exactly. So a group or an organisation within our Shire can apply for a certain purpose for that grant, and I'm understanding as well in that, like they might want to apply 2 times in a year or something like that too, which kind of brings them up to what they need. The Shire Support Initiative, I'd like to keep that, I kind of added onto that as well because I think that that's a very important part because that's looking at rubbish removal and things like that for our events as well, that if we were providing that as a Shire Support Initiative and we didn't allocate enough money, then events such as I don't know, I'm just making this up, but festivals and things like that, they would have to actually pay more money to have rubbish removal done. So it kind of comes under that. So I'd like to raise that level up because I think it's a really good service that our Shire can provide as an initiative as well. And then everything else obviously remains the same. But I was just looking at more equity in around the service level agreement so that other people can also apply. The same people, but also other people can apply, and it shares the money around as an opportunity for everybody to be able to access that funding. So that's why I did put it in a table so it looked a little bit different, but I'm guessing up there is what, is what it was. Except for, and leaving the minor donations the same as well. So that's the same as what we had last year. So it comes up to $89,500, so it's still a good reduction, but it just shares that money around a lot more for people.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Oh, there's others component. They're the only, There's minor donations, community rubbish collection.
Okay.
Oh, that's not there. And then the facility hire donations.
Yeah.
I'll let Councillor Shand go first, if I could.
I quite like the Shire Support Initiatives and funding being put towards that, and I think we do correct me if I'm wrong, do we do a lot of, or a fair amount of work in kind at these so we could actually put a dollar figure on that and include it in that, and then we're actually able to say, I'm sorry, we've reached our funding for the year, and yeah.
That figure
So
is...
I think that's a really good approach.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. Councillor Davey?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand a little bit more. So the significant change here is to the service level agreements. So you mentioned that we would only spend what was committed, and I'm not sure what you meant by that, compared to the officer recommendation around the SLAs. And I'm not sure if it can be openly discussed who would get money and who would not.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. I believe, in answer to that question, CEO, the last conversation that was had with the service level holders are that it went down by half last year and would be going down by half again this year. That's as far as they are aware, but we have not been able to reach consensus on what we feel that amount should be. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion, for the motion? The amended motion? Would anyone like to speak against it? Councillor Davey?
Yeah, so we're completely on the same page about maintaining money for grants, maintaining money for Shire support initiatives and recognising the in-kind works. And the service level agreements, without having that understanding of what the implications would be on those organisations and who would get what, I'm finding that really hard to reconcile, dropping that by half again, because we did drop it significantly already. So that's the only concern I have with this item, is not understanding who would receive very little funding out of those existing SLAs. Yeah.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, I will. As you're aware, I was going to go a lot harder than this, and we have to be brave. However, I think, Shire supported initiatives, great, keep them up, keep them going, and the service levels, it's a fact that should have been attended to many, many years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Lindeman.
Yeah, I also really like it, but I am concerned, and I've declared my interest in slashing what was a service level agreement for an organisation, not knowing that's coming so rapidly, and then regrouping and being able to then get together and apply for the grant, I think could be a little bit savage. So I'd prefer to see that reduce in a more, in a slower and more prepared way. That's all. But otherwise, I think it's pretty good.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? I could just share that in my speaking to the motion, I can just share that I have met with each of the service level holders with CEO just to let them know, because we haven't been able to reach consensus and this meeting was happening tonight. We've met with them through the week to explain that this is up for discussion tonight, and with various responses, but there is certainly a need to work collaboratively with those groups in winding or helping them to understand the impact this is having on the services that they're currently providing. So there is a need to walk with them to undo the arrangements that they are within. And it includes impacts on wages and people's employment and whatever. So in giving that, if we are going to slash aggressively, then we do need to consider notice and things like that. So we need to make sure we've got provision to do that. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Then going back to Councillor Glover for right of reply.
Sure. Yes, and totally understand that. I mean, it's a very difficult task to try to work out where money goes, where it doesn't go, etc. And that's why I made that change to the community grants, so that these organisations can still apply and get funding for that. What I understood from the workshops that we attended is there were only two organisations that had current service level agreements with the Shire, and the other ones didn't have current service level agreements. And so in order to honour last year's discussion that we had, we must obviously honour what we said we would do, and that was the two organisations that we said we would continue with funding, but a reduced amount of funding. It was an agreement that was made. The previous CEO discussed that with those organisations as well. So it also means the other ones are not current agreements, but it doesn't preclude them from asking and applying for money that is specific to what it is that their needs are. So that's kind of where my thinking is around that. So the grants are open, there's more money for everybody if they want to apply for it as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. So we'll put that amendment to vote. Those in favour? Sorry, Lindemann. I'm sorry, Councillor Lindemann.
I beg your pardon. I just wanted to clarify we're putting the amendment by Councillor Glover first, and then we fall back to the substantive. Is that
That's right.
correct? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, we're putting Councillor Glover's amendment to vote because she's just had right of reply. All in favour? And those against?
Yeah, can we just...
Oh, sorry, go all four against? Sorry, all four again?
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And against?
Yep.
So I think it's carried. Sorry, did you want for?
Yeah,
Or
if we could go for again.
but can we please have hands for?
We just need to record it as an absolute majority. So.
And against? 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so we're happy that that's...
And that's carried as an absolute? Yeah, okay. So that becomes a substantive motion.
Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 5, 3. 5, 3. Yep.
Okay. Moving back to that becomes a substantive motion.
No, you need to move in a second. That's now in motion.
Okay, so that is a substantive motion. We need a mover, please. And Councillor Glover, and a seconder as Councillor Shand. Yes.
So are we still, the substantive motion that's now altered, does it still include version 4 with 4.25 around the climate initiatives?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Councillor Glover, did you want to speak to the motion?
I think I've already spoken a lot to this motion. Sorry, I've been working too much. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shand?
No, all good, thanks.
Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Against? Councillor Davey?
Yeah, I can no longer support the motion just because I'm worried about the repercussions on those surface level agreement organisations, and the fact that although they can apply for those smaller grants, it's only to a maximum of $2,000 when they were receiving up to 13 or more per annum until now. So it is a significant change. They'll potentially be going from that amount to zero. with very little notice, given the new financial year is only a month away. So I can no longer support the motion on that basis. I am very happy to see the value at 89,500 stay the same. Very happy to see the Shire support initiatives. Very happy to see the increase in annual community grants. They're all great. It's just that reservations around the service level agreements and the fallout of that and what the community will lose.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Lindeman.
Yeah, I'll also be speaking against the motion, only because, once again, it does affect people's jobs. And I think verbally we had a commitment, and if an SLA falls over or hasn't been renewed, it's like having a tenancy not in writing, but, you know, in the spirit of things, you keep it going. You don't just kick the tenant out the day that, you know, that expires. So I feel there's got to be a bit more grace. And as Councillor Davey has highlighted, if you can only get $2,000, it's not really enough. But I do applaud the fact that we have kept the same amount, but this will affect people's jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? I'd like to raise an amendment. I also share the concern for our current service level agreement holders, which include the Preston Press, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and our 2 visitor centres. And I just can't see that the $20,000 will help them through this transition. So I'd like to make an amendment that adjusts the service level agreements back to $39,500, and that money come out of the Shire support initiatives. So it's the difference between
I think Mr. Stewart would just like to make a comment. I just wanted to, from a subject matter expert. That's right.
If I may, Chair, just wish to provide some clarity around the Shire support initiatives and how that works from a budgetary perspective. One of the councillors mentioned a short time ago that's predominantly in-kind contribution. And majority of that is works and services staff. So that means typically from an operational perspective, they get reallocated from their tasks to prepare the overalls, prepare the reserves, remove waste. So if they're no longer tasked with doing that, they'll just resume their ordinary duties. So essentially the same deck chairs, just different locations. So there'll be no cash flow savings from that. So if that's the service, if the SSIs are reduced, the corresponding operation budget will just be increased to reflect that reduction. Sorry to be a bearer of bad news.
No, not to.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So my amendment will be, as per the original executive recommendation of $39,500 for service level agreements, $2,500 for minor donations up to $350 per donation, $35,500 for Shire support initiative, and community grants at $22,000. So that brings it up to the total up to $99,500. And that way I see the service level agreement value being able to support the transition through the change process.
Sorry, should I just Councillor Bailey's question?
Sorry?
I said Councillor Bailey's got a question. My apologies.
A question before I have the seconder for my motion.
Yeah, through the Chair, just a clarification. We have a substantive motion in place. The best, I believe, or I understand we can do with after that is to foreshadow a motion if this one doesn't get up.
No, this is an amendment to the substantive
No,
motion.
I don't believe that's possible.
We've just done 3 now.
I don't believe it's possible.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is an amendment to the substantive motion.
Well, we have a substantive motion which has been voted on, which has been first, second, it's been debated, and now it's up for
And
debate.
it's become, yes, it's up for debate.
So the best, well, and I may be wrong, and probably am, but the best I believe we can do then is to move a foreshadowed motion. If this motion doesn't get up, the foreshadowed motion will be.
You're talking about an alternate motion, I think,
No, I'm not
Councillor
talking
Bailey.
about. No, I'm not talking about an alternate motion. I'm talking. There is a standard motion in place, and it's about to be voted on. And my understanding is that if we want to change that, somebody needs to say, listen, if this doesn't get up, then my foreshadowed motion will be A, B, C, D.
All right, well, let me take a moment and we'll just check.
Yeah, well, that's-
Yeah, so so what you're proposing is an amendment. An amendment can be moved as long as there's only one amendment on foot at the time.
And so a foreshadow must negate the substantive.
Okay, just to clarify, a foreshadowed motion has to negate the substantive motion. A foreshadowed motion has to negate the substantive motion. So we're on track. We're on track. It's the same process we've just followed several times. Okay. So I've raised an alternative. Is that a question, Councillor?
If I may,
Yeah.
through you to Councillor Bailey, I, as emails circulated throughout the week, in 14 years, I'm still getting it. I hear what you're saying, and we used to do it that way, but there's been a lot of studying, and the President has spent a lot of time reviewing the local laws, and I believe, as per the written law, what she's saying is correct, being different to what we have done in the past.
Okay. All right. But we still have to get a seconder, so we might be.
Sorry, we just.
Just a moment.
Yep. Can you just double check your amounts? Because they don't add up to that.
299,000.
So you've got 99,000, so you're increasing it? Yep.
Are you increasing
You're
it?
increasing, yep, okay.
Okay, so
Yep.
we'll have to change that.
All right, so let me reiterate my amendment. It's community grants up to $2,000 per grant at $22,000. Shire Support Initiative at $35,500. Minor donations up to $350 per donation is $2,500. And service level agreements are $39,500, giving a total of $99,500. Would anyone like to second that motion?
Sorry, can we see it up on the screen, please?
Okay, can we change it on, we might change it on the screen, so if we just take a minute? Yep. Wondering what you're doing with that chair.
Do you want to turn it down?
We'll just turn it off.
No, I'm
I
not cold,
appreciate
I'm
that.
quite warm.
It's opposite in summer.
No, I'm saying. I'm down to short.
In summer, it's hot up here, but cold down there, so it's...
May I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor Davey.
If it's a change to the total amount, does that mean it's an amendment an amendment or an alternate if it's a change to the total amount? Or is it similar to the 1% and 3% we debated for the capital road program?
Yes.
CEO?
So yes, my interpretation, and the end of the day, as per the meeting local law, it is the determination of the Shire President. However, my advice would be that it's not substantially changing the motion. It is just substituting a percentage similar to the conversation previously. So it would be an amendment.
If it's a problem, we can adjust the services, the Shire support initiatives, if you want.
99,000 is the total, yep.
I've got... Sorry, what were you... So 22,000?
Yep.
35,500?
Oh, 50,500.
Yep. 2,500 and 39,500.
Do you mind just checking that that's all exactly what you're chasing? That's what you're chasing?
This, with 10 grand extra on top. So as it
Yep.
was for the officer recommendation?
Yep.
Plus 10 grand on community grants?
Yep, so it's 22, yep.
And so 99,500,
Yep.
which was 89,500.
Okay. Right,
Okay.
so that's your proposed amendment, yep.
Would someone like to second the amendment? Councillor Davey. This amendment provides comfort for me in supporting service level agreement holders through the change and working with them to identify the impact that this will have on their organisations. And I just don't know how I would cope with the guillotine coming down on me unexpectedly. So we have got some insight into the impact that will have through our conversations with different service level agreement holders this week. And I just feel that this is the most ethical way to move forward. Would anyone like to speak? Oh, sorry, would Councillor Davey like to speak to the motion?
No, I think I've made my points around a softer transition for the SLAs and making sure that there's community grants available.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Against the motion? Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, I'll speak against. You'll hear repeatedly, like all this evening and all year, we've got to cut back. We actually have to work within a budget, etc. One of my thoughts with this, and when we go on to rate increase, a few people benefit from this. Everybody has to pay additional rates. So, as you're aware, this is a good solid. Now it's got up to more than 1% in rates. The other thing, as far as Fair Work, etc. goes, I'm very sad about anyone and their employment and what happens. However, under Fair Work, by the substantive motion of 20k, that is enough, in my understanding, to wind up Fair Work requirement, just as an educated guess, to wind up Fair Work requirements around that, and bearing in mind this is now going to be relevant from end of May, so you've got all of June and some of July, where the funding of part of that 20k will be available, and I actually see that as should be. They might need to put a bit of their contribution in to meet their Fair Work, but they shouldn't actually be running that close to the mark where they don't have some reserves to meet the Fair Work redundancy requirements. And if you need to know anything about them, ask me.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Bailey.
Just a question through the chair. Look, I see you say both sides of the argument. When do we drop the guillotine? When do we tell them that there's no more, because this will just go on forever if not careful?
No, they have been informed that this year we would cut again by half, and this would allow us to, this change that I've made will allow us to achieve that commitment that we've already given them, and yeah. So and then we were adapting the policy also to say that we're phasing out the service level agreements. I think it reads phasing out of service level agreements at 4.26, as part of the Shire's commitment to ensuring a more sustainable and balanced approach to community funding, service level agreements are being phased out. The commencement of this phase out was reflected in the 24-25 annual budget. SLAs will not be offered beyond the 25-26 financial year, and this change reflects Council's intent to move towards more flexible, transparent and equitable forms of community support that better align with evolving community needs and long-term financial sustainability. Does that answer the question? Thanks very much. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Lindeman?
I'll speak to the amendment. I just think it's a little bit fairer because what we are is for our people and for the community. And I know financially we're balancing all the time, but I think that it is important to continue to support these community groups through the next transition for them. So I think this is a reasonable outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman. Would anyone else like to speak for or against?
Yeah, against. I do feel for people who lose their jobs, having been in that situation recently. So I think that the people that speak to me in our area feel a little bit weary of funding things that don't apply to them. And I have to take that on board because some of this funding is for businesses or people who are in business. And whilst I think that is really, really important, I also think that other people who get no benefit from it need to be heard. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Glover?
I'll be speaking against the motion just simply because I feel that another $10,000 is, you know, we were talking about a very small amount of money about roads and we to and fro that. Now we're talking about an additional $10,000 here as well. So I'll be speaking against that just for the pure reason that it's an extra allocation as well.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Would anyone else like to speak to the amended motion? Okay, it's my right of reply. I'd just like to point out when we are saying that this is not it's for a select few and for just businesses or whatever, this is including the Preston Press, which goes out to our whole...
Point of order, are you bringing in new information into
No, I'm
your
responding.
debate?
I'm responding. Is that not
yes,
right?
No, sorry.
I did mention the Preston Press. I did mention it before. I did mention the Preston Press. But anyway, okay. This will benefit a number of people. As I said, it will help us support organisations through the change. And I believe we have a responsibility, an ethical responsibility, to live to the commitment we made to reduce by half last year and to reduce by half this year. And as we point out in the policy changes as well, we're moving away from SLAs. This is a consistent message. It gives us credibility and allows people to trust and to believe. Okay. We'll put that to vote. All those in favour?
So Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Lindeman and Councillor Davey.
And those against?
Councillor Bailey, Councillor Gruber, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Shan, Councillor Glover.
Thank you. So that is we take that, that's failed, so that's been defeated. So then we go back to the substantive motion, which is Councillor Glover's motion. And is there anyone else to speak for or against Councillor Glover's substantive motion? No? Okay, then, Councillor Glover, would you like to right of reply?
Well, I can't say no, that's all. Thank you.
It was really good.
That's in the fear of not introducing new topics. Okay. All right, so we're done with that. We put it to vote. Of course, we just voted on the other one. Okay, so all those in favour of the...
So
Sorry.
All right, so Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Glover, Councillor Shand, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Goobler and Councillor Bailey.
I'm sorry, I'm confusing myself. Can you please do that again? All those in favour? Thank you.
Councillor Bailey, Councillor Goobler, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Shand and Councillor Glover.
And all those against?
Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Lindeman and Councillor Davey.
All good?
So that's 5-3. We've got the absolute majority.
Excellent. Well done, councillors. That was quite difficult. Moving down to item 9.2.9, Council Policy Review, EM/CP - Elected Members' Allowance and Entitlements. Again, councillors, we have an executive recommendation before us that requires an absolute majority. Would someone like to move the executive recommendation? Councillor Glover? And a seconder? Councillor Lindeman? Councillor Glover?
I'd like to move this motion but make a small amendment as well when the time is right. Someone can tell me when that is. But I do think that this item brings everything into line in regard to the requirements that we need going forward. And happy to come in with my amendment when someone tells me it's the right time. I'm confused.
Just a moment and I'll confirm to make sure I'm on the right track, but that's okay. Amendment. Okay.
I ask a question, please?
Yes, Councillor Mitchell.
Oh, second it. It's a procedural question. Okay, I understand. I'm learning. We are going to have one amendment on the table, but we can't have two. Is that correct?
That's correct. The first
This one
amendment has to be
becomes a
dealt with.
substantive. We vote on this one. If this one gets up, it becomes a
Substantive?
Then I can put an additional one forward. Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so Councillor Glover, you're not raising the executive recommendation, you're raising an executive recommendation with an amendment?
With a small amendment, yes.
Okay. Would you like to?
And I'd actually like to change the amendment because I've received some information from our officer in regard to that. So my initial amendment was about including health and wellbeing program into the entitlements. My thought about that was that it's something that there's no additional cost to ratepayers or anyone, but now I'd like to change that to being just to be able to utilise the recreation centre free of charge, and that is more around health and wellbeing for councillors as well. So if I can change that amendment to just a slight bit, and then I could speak to that.
Just a moment, I just need to check whether that's possible.
I just need to confer. It's only because I think you might have had advice along the lines that this is obviously heavily regulated by the Salaries Tribunal or by SAT, so it needs to fit in one of those sort of subcategories. And if it sits outside of that, then it can't be moved and seconded and carried. So, do you mind just having a quick look?
Can I raise a question?
We'll just take some time for the moment.
So councillors, so just to be clear, it's similar to the responses to your original proposed amendment. So under the legislation, under the Salaries and Allowances Tribunal, determination that set meeting attendance fees, so it wouldn't fall under that. Annual allowances for mayors, deputy mayors and councillors, so I don't believe it would be able to fall under that. information and communication technology allowances, so definitely not that, and then travel and accommodation reimbursements for official duties. I think it sits outside of any of those allowable ones.
No, that's
Councillor
fine. I'll
Glover.
withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
So Councillor Glover, would you like to move the officer recommendation, or is...
Yes, I did, and I spoke to it as well. Thank you.
I haven't spoken yet to the officer's recommendation.
Yep, so there's a substantive motion on the books that's been moved and seconded.
Which is?
Which is on the screen. Yep. Yep, so
929, yeah.
As a follow-up. All right, so we've got Councillor Glover has moved the officer recommendation with Councillor Lindemann
So
seconding.
Yep, happy
My
to
apologies.
second
Okay.
and speak to the motion.
Did you want to speak to the motion first?
I already
Councillor
have.
Glover? Okay, and then Councillor Lindemann.
Yeah, so I'm glad that amendment has been cleared up. Look, I'm just happy to see superannuation has been compulsory in Australia since 1992, and I'm pleased to now see this included for all elected members, especially as we are now having more women in there, and we always have less super, so that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak for the motion?
Could I put
Councillor Mitchell?
an amendment up, please, as we're now clear?
Okay,
If you put the ones up that I brought in, I will actually amend that greatly. Sorry, I didn't get to it earlier today, a bit busy. Okay, and correct me if this isn't correct. The amendment to actually, is that worded correctly where the superannuation can be taken out of the current allowance with no additional increase to the allowance? Is that what it says? So basically, so there's no more money, but if you want your superannuation taken out, you can, out of the amount.
Would you like me to respond?
oh, sorry,
That's
CEO.
That's
Yes.
okay. So
I saw you
we've
reaching.
we've put this up verbatim as you've submitted it. I guess when we discussed this today, and obviously we appreciate being provided this ahead of time, I guess we just wanted some clarity around how that would operate, and I think you may have provided that clarity. So I guess in our mind with the superannuation, the philosophy is you get the members' entitlement and that it gets added on top. If indeed your intention is for there to be no net additional impact on the budget, you're suggesting for councillors who want to do the superannuation
can choose. In the document, in the agenda, it spoke about you can choose to have it, your superannuation, or you can choose not to. I'm saying, like for a person like myself, there's advantage of putting money into superannuation.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, I haven't done the figures and I'm going to make them completely unrealistic so you understand what I mean. Say if we were on $20,000 and we're not people in the public, we're not on 20K, rather than going up by 12.5%, so our total cost is 22.5, what I'm saying is you can select to actually put it in, say have 18 in cash and 2 in superannuation.
So there's no net increase?
No net increase, yes.
Yeah, I guess the way that the legislation and the change to the regulations were drafted was that it's an opt-out if indeed council passes a resolution to apply it, and therefore it just goes on the base. So if it's council's intention for there to be no net increase, and then that philosophy would need to apply across the board, and then the option for councillors would be to opt out of receiving superannuation. Does that make sense?
Can I actually say, to fit this, and I know what chance I've got, to actually say that Donnybrook Shire Councillor opts out as a group of all superannuation.
Yep. So you just don't want, yeah, and
No
that's,
increase.
That's, yep.
Yeah, no increase is what I'm saying.
So councillor, yeah, for our tier of local government, it is optional, but it needs to be, yeah, so what you're suggesting is correct, if indeed that suggestion
If you
gets
could amend that.
put up. And you just keep the policy as it is, where you don't take up the superannuation
Okay,
option.
that's
Yep.
okay. So, yeah, so take out the amendment. Yeah, remove the ICT, that comes out because I've heard that you need to have it. New clause for training, I certainly hope at some stage that'll be discussed in a workshop, take that one out.
I think we need to let
All
them
right.
catch up.
We'll probably just do one at a time,
Anne?
that's okay.
One at a time.
Yeah, councillor Mitchell.
May I ask a question? This is
We'll
written as
just
a,
let the guys catch up first. We can pick up with your question when we start again.
it's a procedural question. This is an alternate motion that's up here.
Just wait a sec.
So this is not an amendment, is that what you're suggesting? Well, that's just what the words are, so that's just.
Yeah.
So we just need to get some clarity around whether we believe it's an alternate motion. We do have it up there as an alternative motion, and whether it's indeed an amendment. Well, we've put, that's our wording we put in there. We just need to be very clear for a meeting procedure perspective that indeed it's an amendment or an alternative motion.
Is this done? It's working?
So,
Has this been done?
no. So our records, sorry.
Sorry, have we got this edited to reflect what councillor Mitchell is moving?
Number one.
Right, can we finish that work? And then we can all look at it and get the information then on whether it's an amendment
all
or
right.
a... Yeah.
Got number one that says to amend
Okay.
the policy to remove that
Yep.
option.
So through you, Chair, councillor Mitchell, is number one, that's your intention for whether it's an amendment or an alternative, and we'll make that decision
thank you.
with the totality of the changes.
Then remove 2. Remove 3.
Councillor Lindeman, return to the chambers. Did you not go out?
Oh, didn't you?
Sorry. My apologies, councillor Lindeman.
No, that can go. Oh, there's quite a few. I'm just doing them one at a time. Yeah, remove that one. You can remove 2, please. Remove 2 again. That's really good. Because apparently you can't. Remove, yeah, that one is to amendment. So basically, everybody can't get business cards, only the president. Is that legal? That's something. And remove the, there was one in there about shy, but yeah, remove the uniforms. I have actually seen an elected member order a suit and remove the last one as well. So you've only got the 2. And so the clause about uniforms is removed, so you can't order a uniform. Oh, and about the name badge will be issued. Yeah, I thought there was one about the name badge. Leave the name badge in there. Sorry, let's bring the policy up. 4, 5, 6, but we still get a name badge, that's fine, we'll cope with that.
Yeah. Is that reflective of your wishes, councillor?
Yep, thank you.
Well, that's, yeah, no, probably there was in what you submitted a clause or a limb around meals being...
Meal, yep, taken that out, it's all too
Okay,
hard.
that's all that, that's fine.
Yeah, taken that out and taken out the training one in response to what's been said. And the interest of the meeting progressing.
And now CEO and Acting Director of Finance and Corporate, can you just confirm whether that's an amendment or an alternative motion?
So I guess, yeah, it's a bit difficult because it's a bit of column A, column B, but I'm just going to think out aloud and then defer to you, Shire President. So obviously the recommendation, the proposed change was that superannuation is actually an option. So I guess the test is whether, from what Councillor Mitchell is proposing to put up, whether that does then negate that, which I believe it does. The others are just minor amendments. So I think you could prosecute an argument either way. We'll just...
Happy for it to be an alternative.
I think
Foreshadow an alternative?
Foreshadow.
Foreshadow that as an alternate? Okay.
Okay. Right. So we're going to foreshadow that as an alternative, but Councillor Davey has a question. Oh, done. Okay. So we have Councillor Glover has moved the motion. Councillor Lindemann has seconded it. And you've both spoken to your motions. And then Councillor Mitchell, did you want to, now that you've foreshadowed, did you want to speak for the motion or against?
Aren't we going, procedurally, we're talking about the substantive.
motion.
Substantive
Yes,
motion.
exactly.
Yep.
So therefore, I'd like to speak against, if that's the appropriate time.
I'll just take anyone who wants to speak for the motion first. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I'm all for superannuation. I think it was surprising that it wasn't included initially. So I would also in future like to see increased compensation for councillors for their time so we can get people who are in full-time work. So I feel like we're missing a significant part of the population. Happy to just go with superannuation this year, but thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. And would anyone like to speak against the motion?
Needless to say.
Councillor
Thank
Mitchell.
you. I'd like the opportunity to speak against. I've been looking all this evening. I've looked at everything we possibly can. When I first started on council, my small council fee at the time was my bread and butter. People were horrified when I first said that I do it for the money. But that's now become the accepted. I just think we have to try and cut the cloth, thank you for the term, reminding me, to the best of our advantage in every possible way. I personally have always found the amount I'm remunerated actually, coincidentally, is about the same. The amount of hours I put in, it's about the same as what I get when I'm working. I've been very lucky. I've been in management with very understanding managers who have allowed me to work flexi time. I've rarely had to give up any time from my work, and I just think it was something that I've done because I love my community, and now you'll hear later on just how devastated I am about how the direction our community is going. So I'm urging to do this. If you want to put the money aside in your superannuation, part of it you can, but I just think we need to cut the cloth and lead by example. And this is where, as I advocated for lower community input into our community, I was more than prepared to take a couple of hits myself, and ongoing councillors, and I've always advocated for very limited increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? I will speak for the motion. I do think we need to move with the superannuation because it's, I concur with Councillor Davey, we need to attract a broader, as wider group of, draw from as broad a group as we can for councillors to put their hand up to serve the community in this way. It's a far stretch from being an income that's matched by effort, but to Councillor Mitchell's point, I believe that there is opportunity for councillors to opt for a lower payment if they choose. So this way we're capturing a broader net. Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Shand?
Yeah, I agree. Probably, I mean, I'd like to say publicly from the get-go that I felt this was quite low for people who, like myself, had been looking for work. The time that I would need to get here was impeded by having to work in Bunbury. So I think that we need to have people who will not feel like there's a financial sacrifice. There is always a voluntary element to this because there is a lot of work involved. But I do believe that we need to also fall in line with the statutory requirements, and we're still quite a way off. So if we just come up slightly, we may attract some good quality people. Not that we haven't got them here, we do, but going forward we need to future-proof. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion for or against? Okay, Councillor Glover, you have right of reply.
Just to clarify, am I doing a right of reply for the substantive motion or for the foreshadowed motion?
For the substantive motion. If the substantive motion falls down, then we can...
I see. Okay, okay, I've got that. Yes, I agree with the policy as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll put that to vote. We need a majority. All those in favour?
Councillor Bailey, Councillor Davey, Councillor Goobler, Councillor Lindeman, Councillor Shand, Councillor Glover and Show President McCarthy.
And all those against?
Councillor Mitchell.
And Councillor Mitchell, that removes the opportunity for a right of, for the alternate motion. Okay. Okay. That takes us to item 9.3.1, the Workforce Plan 2025 review. Councillors, we have an executive recommendation before us. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Glover? And second? Councillor Shand? Councillor Glover, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the CEO and his team for their outstanding efforts in preparing this workforce review, particularly in the absence of external consultancy support. The decision to handle this internally was initially met with some challenge. However, the approach has proven to be beneficial as it has allowed the CEO, officers and staff to gain a deeper understanding of our workforce, including its strengths, gaps and areas of overlap. The result of this review is a remarkable saving of $170,000 in staff costs, achieved by reducing staff levels from 64.78 to 61.85 FTE. This is a significant improvement, especially when we consider that previous workforce plans had proposed staffing levels as high as 95.96 FTE, which was in 2020/21. This was likely influenced by staffing at Toohey Lodge. However, after the lease of Toohey Lodge, the workforce plan in 2022 had staffing levels at a rate of 78.05 FTE. This workforce plan was conducted by an external consultant. There is current difference in a reduction of 16.2 FTE. Whilst understanding that during that period of 22 to 25, the reduction of 16.2 FTE was organic, but without a plan. I feel that there was a lack of transparency and future planning during this period, and believe that going forward we can see that there is an importance of conducting an annual workforce review to ensure ongoing efficiency, cost effectiveness and transparency to our ratepayers. Workforce planning is not only a crucial component of the integrated planning and reporting framework, but it is also a legal requirement under the WA Department of Local Government Guidelines, Section S 5.56 brackets 1 of the Act. It is essential for local governments to have forward-looking workforce plan, and it's under the regulations of Section 5.56 brackets 2, mandate that it be reviewed and updated annually. This reinforces the vital role that workforce planning plays in our long-term sustainability of the organisation. I'd also like to acknowledge that this staffing plan is temporary, and I am aware that the Shire of Donnybrook is currently undergoing measures to reduce overall spending. My research into previous workforce plans has highlighted how employee costs can become unsustainable without proactive planning and skill development. And in conclusion, I'd like to thank again the CEO and his staff for their hard work in driving these important changes. Their efforts have not only led to substantive savings, but also demonstrated a commitment to fiscal responsibility and long-term sustainability for the benefit of our ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Councillor Shand?
Gosh, how can I follow on after that? Everything that Councillor Glover said, and I know that you've been working very hard on efficiencies, and that is part of a workforce plan. And being able to cut that down, even though it states it is temporary, I believe that as you move forward, that what you put into play will form the basis by which, going forward, we can find other savings or change and review as required and move with better efficiency than spending potentially a year trying to get our efficiencies in line with what is required, and also not having to contract out, which just costs so much money. So thank you to the staff for doing this and for what you've gone through in the process. Hopefully we'll see this going forward and it won't be temporary.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Councillor Mitchell.
All I wish to add, I've just given up on everything else, just an additional point. Council understands that this may not result in best practice, however, will accept adequate practices. So that's in line with the review. Just that one bit. Maybe it should, just looking at it again, notes a review of the adequacy staffing level will be undertaken following the planned revisions. Understand the review may not result of staffing levels. Council understands this may not result in best practice, however, will accept adequate practices. Yeah, that'll do.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Would anyone like to second the amendment?
That's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. So we're moving back to the substantive motion. Would anyone like to speak for the substantive motion? Councillor Davey.
I want to speak for it because I think it was a great piece of work and I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. But I also want to note that it is temporary and by maintaining this level of staffing and also expecting improvements that may be unreasonable, not aiming for best practice, but just simple things like embedding our risk management process, addressing the items in the Reg 17 audit, getting on top of asset management and service provision, and all the other system improvements that have been identified. We can't keep expecting more from less. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this, but I also acknowledge that this may only be temporary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Would anyone like to speak against the motion?
Yep, I'll speak against it. We constantly, and I do apologise to the leadership team right now because this has been going on for some time. We have spent above our means year in, year out for at least the last 9 years. It has to stop. We have to pull back, and you'll be surprised about when you really look at what efficiencies can be done, you'll be surprised how it can be done. I've managed not-for-profits on a shoestring, and then I've had to cut them, and this shire itself took 10% of my funding away from a program when I was running the HACK program. And guess what? We made it happen, and we did it. We had to pay for the overheads for the administration out of our $100,000 budget. So it can be done. It must be done. We can't continue to overspend saying we have to do this, we have to do that, because in the end, has it ever been tested that you don't do something? You know, the health plan, just because someone said the legislation, government would never get round to doing anything about a local government that didn't abide by it. They simply don't. So, yeah, we've just got to start thinking about a different way of doing business and take a leaf out of business and a leaf out of not-for-profits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? I'll speak for the motion. I congratulate the CEO and Shire Executive for the work that went into this plan. It's one of the best I've seen in my career, and my appreciation of that is accompanied by the savings where we haven't, as Councillor Glover noted, we haven't had to pay a consultant for such a professional job that is before us. I would also like to just mention the values program goes a long way to supporting staff and creating a momentum and a culture of willingness to, I don't know, just go ahead and do more of the same. And I'm just enjoying seeing that happening at the moment. So my gratitude is extended to the Shire CEO and Executive. I'm looking forward to seeing further efficiencies. As we say, this is temporary, and I know full well from all my work with managing administrative services for large organisations that you do have to invest in the improvement before it emerges. There is a hump and investment in the improvement, for example, a system, and then the efficiencies come out of that. So I look forward to seeing more of this. It's wonderful. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? We'll put that to vote. Oh, sorry, right of reply for Councillor Glover. Beg your pardon, you've got this
Thank you for the
prepared.
opportunity. And because I've got my notes here, I know what I said before. But I agree with what Councillor Mitchell has spoken about as well. And I'd just like to go back to what I was saying before previously about the high level of FTE that was here back in the early, or around 2022. And note that we had a high level of staff in 2022. However, did we achieve more with having that high level of staff? Because we are now currently in the situation we are in now because of that high level of staff that we had as well. And we don't seem to have manage to be effective in managing risk, etc. Sorry, that's introducing something new. But yeah, just like to say that a higher amount of staff doesn't always equate to getting more work achieved. And back to thanking the CEO and his staff for actually bringing that amount of staff down, noting that it's temporary, but hopefully there's going to be gains going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Right, this is a simple majority. We'll put it to vote. Those in favour of the substantive motion? And those against? Well done. Okay, we're moving on to item 9.3.2, the Financial Sustainability, Asset and Service Reviews, Phase 1. Councillors, we have before us an officer recommendation that requires a simple majority. Would someone like to move the recommendation?
Can I move with just to clarify, is changing the address in 6 of the lot, is that an amendment or an alternative?
It is an amendment.
Okay.
But
Could you
you're-
please?
Sorry?
But you're entitled to move something different from the officer recommendation as a substantive motion.
Yeah, so take out Trigwell and put in Union and Yelverton, thank you.
Would someone like to second that substantive motion? Councillor Glover? We'll just let that get held up.
Pause.
Yeah. All set? Okay. Councillor Shanders leaving chambers. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. As in workshops, we've spoken about the different locations that we have. I have over the years seen the low-hanging fruits sold off on many occasions. I totally agree to Billrup Road, the Pony Club. I will say that you need to recognise the water that's not far under the surface there. Reserve Street, that's been on the cards for many times over the years, but never anything got done, so that's fine. This is the one that negotiates about the bank. I believe that's fine. However, I believe Trigwell Street, and bearing in mind I have noticed put in not a proximity, the other one, impartiality over Trigwell Street. It's not because a friend of mine provided that as part of a subdivision. I believe, number one, Trigwell Street is not suitable because we need to leave that as an easy sale if at some stage it's needed in the future. There's absolutely no need. Council can choose not to update the playground and just whack the tractor mower around it once a year. It's not a big deal to keep. The reason I'm actually advocating for the Crown Reserve between Yelverton and Union Street, we've all heard that, for those that aren't aware, is up near the hospital. It has got a drainage reserve on it. It's not as simple as just selling it, which I think we need to tackle some of the hard issues. And the reason there is that I think what it should be looking at is high density accommodation that will support the health precinct for couples or singles. So yeah, that's where I see that one going. Admittedly, this is only going out for stakeholder communication, but as you all know, there's that little thing about in principle. So why go out and talk? That's why I'm changing it now at the very beginning to actually, yes, we could go out and do, we're not committing to any of this. However, We do know with local government, once you start talking or thinking about something, it actually means you're locking into it. So even though that's technically not the case, it is the case. So I'd really ask you to support this one because it may have a different value, it may take a bit longer, but it's not a low-hanging fruit that can be easily picked. We have sold and I've lost them in the emails. We've sold blocks on the corner of Marmion and Mead Street. We've sold blocks on Triggle Street West too. We have sold 2 blocks on the highway. We've sold the Bridge Street, and we've also sold the land to Alliance Housing. Yet we've still got, I will actually say...
Sorry, can I just correct that? We didn't sell it to Alliance Housing, we gifted it.
Oh, we gifted it. Yeah, sorry. But the others, we actually have... we have got rid of those assets. If you were a business and you were selling off assets and still getting yourselves in having a problem, you'd have to really look at yourselves. So, yeah, I urge you to support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. No, you were within your time. You were within your time. Councillor Glover.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know that when I looked at this particular item, I forgot about the Yelverton and Union Street one. And yes, it is something that could be developed really well if it's possible to purchase that land or to sell Crown land for ourselves. Yeah, and Triggle Street East, yes, it is low-hanging fruit. And I do tend to agree with what you're saying is that we have previously sold off some of the low-hanging fruit as well, but still haven't seen a closing of the gap of the that we need in the asset management plan as well. So I like the idea of this, and we can go further. You know, who knows? We can go further and have a look at Trigwell Street going forward and see. Maybe the first thing is to see what happens to the park and mow it and maybe just remove the asset for the time being. Who knows? But I do like this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Davey?
I'd like to see both. That's why I don't support it, because I think we need a low-hanging fruit like Trigwell Street to be able to fund in the studies and the purchase and all the things that go with the more difficult sites. So it's the only reason I don't support it is I feel like we need the cash from 1.3 to be able to look at 1.4.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Lindeman?
Well, I was also against, so you may want to check if anyone's for.
Is anyone else that want to speak for the motion? Councillor Bailey?
A question through the chair, if I may.
Yes. Yep.
Lot 3122, the sand reserve, has that been assessed of how much sand is there?
Can I answer?
CEO?
Yeah, so not to my belief. What we're requesting from council today is to give me permission to take those administrative steps and to do those, I guess, to do the stakeholder engagement, but also undertake an assessment of, you know, what the likely return would be and to do those sort of assessments. So nothing at this stage.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor against?
Yeah.
Councillor
Against.
Shand?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Davey. I'm against it because I think we need to add Trigwell back in.
Okay. And then, councillors? Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Against? Councillor Lindeman?
Yeah, I'm against this, but you've got to understand when we do sell blocks of land, we don't get nothing. We get ratepayers who pay for as long as they tend to live here or the house remains there. So we do get money for it, and it does continue perpetually. They also can contribute to our communities, etc., as human beings. So, and I think, so I'm against this because I feel like just the substantive motion was fine as is.
Thank you, Councillor Lindemann. This is a substantive motion, so there is room to raise an amendment if anybody wanted to. So would anyone, sorry, have you got a question in it, Alexis?
If I've already spoken against the motion, can I propose an amendment?
Yes, you may. Yes,
Okay.
you may.
Can I propose an amendment to put Trigwell back in, please?
Okay, thank you. Okay, would someone like to second that motion? Councillor Lindemann.
So who was that, sorry, Councillor?
Councillor Lindemann? Yep.
It's a question, Councillor Davey, at one stage you said actually you wanted both in, or do you want only Trigwell back in?
Sorry, Councillor Mitchell. We'll just get these down first. So, okay, Councillor Mitchell, your question, please.
My question was to Councillor Davey. Originally, she said she wanted both in, and then when you said the amendment, you said back to Trigwell Street. So if you could just confirm which.
Yeah, I would like both in there. So the one you've added and the one that was originally in there.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Davey.
On the strength of that, is it okay if I let mine lapse, or do you have to put it to... No, it's a substantive. Yeah, okay, go for it.
Yep.
I've worked that one
Thank
out.
you, Councillor Mitchell. Okay. Councillor Davey, would you like to speak to the motion? The amendment.
Is there a way where the original mover of the motion can accept the amendment without us having to go through the process?
It's not technically allowed for. My practice has been, and I've only been in Western Australia for 6 months, but my practice has been that if the chair believes that it's going to be a more efficient running of the meeting, she can seek the views of the original mover and seconder whether they're happy to change their substantive motion.
Sorry,
That's a
Councillor-
practice, though. It's not actually in your...
Well, that's... Councillor Mitchell, are you happy to
Yep, just to
change
get
the
it done,
substantive?
good, thank you.
Councillor Glover?
Yeah, that'll be fine with me too, thanks.
Thank you. So your substantive motion, Councillor Mitchell, becomes the inclusion of both properties, which I haven't got before me at the moment. Okay. So, yes, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Glover, Councillor Davies spoken, Councillor Shand has spoken, and Councillor Lindemann has spoken. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the substantive motion? Okay. It's a simple majority. We'll put that to vote. Oh, sorry, close. Anne, go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to look at both, and I certainly hope, but I know it won't be the case, that the community consultation and take these blocks to market will happen before I leave in September's in holding mode, so it won't happen, but I certainly hope it progresses quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Okay, now we'll put it to vote. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Well done, councillors. Okay, now we're moving on to... Yep, 9.2.6, the big daddy motion. Item 9.2.6 is the annual review of the long-term financial plan for the 15-year period 2025-26 to 2039-40. Feels funny saying 2040. Okay. All right, so councillors, we have the executive recommendation before us. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Lindemann, and seconded? Councillor Davey. Okay. Councillor Lindemann, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'll speak to the motion. So I support a 10% increase in rates. There's never a good time for an increase, and in the past, every year since 2017, when I first served, council would reach the same conclusion. People couldn't afford it. But of course, not increasing rates has a compounding effect. There is never a budget year in which everyone says, yes, this is the time to put in a bigger than CPI increase to make up for all the years we did less than a minimum increase. Of course, CPI is only one measure, not catering for expenses incurred for running a shire itself. So currently, households are set to benefit from state and federal handouts, discounts and tax cuts. Every household will get $150 from the federal government for an energy rebate. Let's not forget in 2024, we saw $400 from the state government. 2 tax cuts on the way, earning over 45K and you save 268 and 536 the following year. An individual will get a $1,000 instant tax deduction. No paperwork or receipts is needed. There is 3 days subsidised childcare per week, no activity tested. 130 free or reduced fee TAFE courses, 20% reduction on HECS help debt. PBS prescriptions will be capped at 25 and $7.70 for concession card holders. Pensioners get 50% reduction on rates, and our shire does have an older demographic. They also get telephone allowance, utilities allowance, cheaper Medicare and healthcare, ability to work more and earn more without affecting their payment. A cost of living rebate in WA, cheaper licence and rego, that's 50% less. A travel card for fuel at $675 for regional residents. Let's not forget seniors discounts at any number of businesses, from hairdressers to cafes. Fuel prices have gone down to $1.75 for diesel. There has been a 0.25% decrease in interest rates, with some anticipation of another one coming. WA has the lowest unemployment rate in Australia of 3.4%. As of February. That's well below the national average of 4.1. In fact, this is the lowest unemployment in WA in 46 years. Also, for those checking their superannuation, that's progressively been increasing since 2021, starting at 9.5% and reaching 12% employer contribution on July 1st, 2025. Over the past 5 years, for those with shares, the average return for the Australian share market has been 12%. House values, of course, in the area are increasing, and our main street is bustling with small businesses. We live in one of the best places in the world. What we pay is a small price for this exceptional part of Australia, with every service within our reach, surrounded by the most exquisite natural beauty. We have a plan to divest from some assets, enabling us to maintain and stable a consistent financial plan. There will always be the unexpected, but putting some money in reserves is part of the preparedness for future headwinds. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman.
Moving with an amendment. An amendment, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Davey hasn't... Do I need to let Councillor Davey speak? No, okay. Councillor Davey will take yours back when we go past the amendment. So you haven't spoken yet. Councillor Mitchell?
Basically, just change the original to 8 and 4 and 4, thank you. I've taken all the rest out. Yeah, just 8 and just change it to 8% and then 4 and 4.
Is that as you wanted it, Anne?
Thank you.
Councillor
Yep.
Mitchell? Okay. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Shand?
Thank you, ladies. I wasn't expecting it.
So, okay. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to your amendment?
All evening I've been trying to actually get through, I've been trying to actually identify savings of what we can make. I did go 7 and I've gone straight to 8 because your money going into the community, that's 1%. I absolutely understand and appreciate that we're going to put more into roads, but that's not in this budget. You will notice that I didn't respond to the information that we were provided with the alternative motion and amendments, but basically I can see it's only a small amount, but that's it compounds, year on year on year on year. We're already dealing with paying for the football club, the increase from last year. That hasn't gone away, we still have to pay for it. Thank you very much for letting me know how many savings I can have when I'm old. I'm already old and I'm not benefiting from them just yet, but that's another story. So yeah, I just can't stress enough. We have to cut the cloth. We have to live within our budget. I understand that you might need to spend money to make money. I've spent a lifetime doing that. Thank you, Councillor Glover, pointing out that they bought the bank. I'm more than happy to sell that. I bought and sold real estate to prop up the top coffers. I personally can't live off the money I'm earning, and I'm working and it's only me. And it's just getting harder and harder, and I just cannot stress enough that we might want to do the best, we might want to do everything possible, but it's not possible. I would also suggest that everything we do, as you're doing, look at everything we do. You'd be surprised how much you can pull the belt in, regardless of what it is and where it is, when you really have to. As a farmer, as a manager of not-for-profits, I know this can be done, and I'm throwing down the gauntlet to actually say, let's go 8% and just see how great we can make this shire. And I will say I have never gone below the officer's recommendations in my last 14 years. This is the first time ever, but this is getting to desperate states. We have to do something and we have to address the over-expenditure. And as far as assets go, if we can't afford them, we need to let go of them. And yeah, so all the reviews and that, but I think we really need to go hard, go tight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Shand?
Yeah, this is, I agree. And on top of that, it's in swings and roundabouts. So we've seen such great savings that have been made that weren't relied upon. And I believe that FOGO too, I did ask this question, but you know, FOGO didn't get to its destination, but people were rated upon that getting to its destination. So there would have been savings there. Unfortunately, it went somewhere else, but there's things like that, roundabouts, that we can, some are good, some are bad. And I think that given the climate that we're in, yes, I agree, things are going down, but not everybody gets the government benefits. So I think we need to recognise that there have been steep increases the last couple of years, and we don't know how the reserves will work. So getting rid of assets is really important if they're costing us money. It's costing the ratepayer money. The ratepayer doesn't own it, the local government does. And to ask them for more money to sustain those assets is unreasonable. So that's why I'm saying 8%.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. Would anyone like to speak for the motion, the amended motion? Councillor Glover?
Yes, I'm speaking for 8% as well, and I'm also speaking for the ratepayers who I believe will be most affected by the proposed 10%. So I'm speaking against the 10%, but for the 8%. And that's our farming community. We speak a lot about how it might affect us. We also speak about the minimum rates that people pay, but these people pay a high amount of money for their rates. I know we live in a wonderful community and we have many benefits available to us, and I understand the rationale behind what the recommendation of the rate increase is. However, I ask that we just take a moment to reflect on the affordability of this increase, especially for those whose livelihoods depend on the land. Many of us argue that a 10% increase is affordable for minimal rate payers, and I acknowledge that. For some time, it might be as simple as, it's a cup of coffee per week, or however we want to justify it. But I'm speaking on behalf of those who will be the hardest hit by this increase, the farmers of our community. Our farmers are facing challenges that many of us may never fully understand. The cost of producing food has skyrocketed. From fuel, machinery, the rising costs of seed and labour, superannuation has gone up. So if they're employing people, they have to pay more for that. And the ever-increasing costs that they are trying to work through. For some, it could just be a breaking point for them. I want us to also remember that these are the people who feed us, who supply our businesses with products we need, who support the fabric of our community in countless ways. Many of them are not just landowners, they are also volunteers. They contribute their time and expertise to causes like our local fire control officers and the Bushfire Advisory Committee. As I pointed out before, many of the people that we spoke to and praised today are the people who are going to be affected the most by a higher rate increase. They don't just pay 8%, they don't just pay 10%, their increase is higher because this is an average rate revenue that we're talking about here. As we saw in previous items, these volunteers are working on the land and giving back despite the difficult circumstances they may face. It's becoming more and more common to hear stories of our farmers working 2 jobs just to make ends meet, spending their weekends tending to their land and their weekdays driving trucks or working in other industries. This is not just a personal burden, it's a strain on our entire community. If we continue to put financial pressure on our farmers, we risk losing these critical contributors to the safety and the prosperity of our region. I urge this council to consider the long-term effects of the high rate increase. It's not just about affordability today, but about sustainability for our future. By raising our rates to 10% or higher, for our farmers, we are not just impacting on their livelihoods, but also on food security for our community. We're making it harder for them to continue providing the essential services that we rely on every day. Last point. Furthermore, we must acknowledge the broader economic picture for many of our ratepayers that are already feeling the pinch of the rising cost of living. It's clear that an increase in rates could make a significant portion of our population even more vulnerable. I'm not struggling. I'm not suggesting we ignore the budget and the needs as a community as a whole, but we must be mindful where we place the greatest financial burdens. I call my fellow councillors to seriously consider the proposed going against the 10% and looking at the 8%. While I understand the need for funding and the many demands on our resources, I believe we have responsibility to protect our most vulnerable members of our community, particularly those who are already bearing the weight of significant challenges. Let us not make decisions that will hurt everybody who are the hardest workers of all. Let us instead find a way forward that is fair, reasonable and sustainable. 8%.
Thank you, Councillor Glover. Would anyone like to speak for the amended motion? Councillor Gubler.
Yeah, I just think that the farming community are paying above the average for rates, and to go to a 10% is they're already struggling, so I think we need to try and average that out over the whole community so that if it's an 8% increase, it goes over everyone as a whole and not additional money for those farmers because of the way the present system is working. So I'm sort of against that 10% increase, and I'd prefer that it be averaged over somehow, that everyone pays the same, not those big farming properties are paying excess of the average. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Councillor Goodler. Would anyone else like to speak to the amended motion? Councillor Davey, you're speaking against?
Yeah, sorry, we had 4 people for the motion in a row, so I was like... so we have the average data in front of us. The modelling was done by the finance project manager. So when we're talking about 8% versus 10% increase, it's about $50 difference in what we're discussing. So we have
Excuse me, Councillor Glover?
We have the average data in front of us. This is the modelling that we have. So there will be individuals who are different to the modelling that we have, but the average data is what we have to go by. So when you compare GRV or UV, if you're looking at 8% versus 10%, it's $43 to $51 difference. So that's a dollar a week different in when you're arguing 8% versus 10%. When we had workshops on this, I argued against the 10%, but I can't make this future generations' problem. The cost of living are going to be exorbitant moving into the future because of the way the decisions that the government have made, the way that people have lived their lives. It's just going to get more and more expensive to live, and so we're just pushing this down the track, and it's going to be it's an ethical issue of intergenerational equity for me. I don't feel like we can make the decisions of the past keep impacting on the future in the way that we do. So that our gap's going to keep growing. It's 16% at the moment, but you know, we've talked about those known unknowns. We haven't got the asset replacement reserves there for roads, for bridges, for drainage, for footpaths, and that's just one gap. We've got a big gap in your employee entitlements, for example. So there's just, the gap's going to keep growing. We're going to just keep pushing this on future and future generations. Yes, I think we should be tightening our belt at the same time. Yes, I think we should be looking at our service levels, looking at our asset management plans, but I think the problems are just going to get bigger, not smaller. So we need to address it with what we know and what we can do at the moment. So I feel for everybody who is struggling, and it feels like a really harsh decision to make, but we've already made harsh decisions in this meeting. We're going to be cutting the SLAs with our tourism groups, with the CRC, with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Bailing Out Progress Association. So everyone is going to be feeling the pain. So yeah, I am against the 8%. I want to go with what was recommended by the finance project manager on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion, the amended motion? No? I would like to, and I'd like to speak against the amended motion. I would concur with everything that Councillor Davey has said, but I'd like to add the credibility that I see in this council and executive that has achieved great inroads against our gap in financial sustainability. We introduced last year a measure in the long-term financial plan that we're discussing now. The gap was standing at 25.5% or 1.7 mil. We expected to reduce that by 4%, which is around about the $280,000. But with the collaborative effort between community, Shire executive, staff, council, we've managed to cut that back by $500,000, as well as making inroads on our employee provisions. We're now looking at the long-term financial plan metric that we've introduced, sitting at 16.8%, which is an amazing reduction from the 25.5% when you think we only have around 3,500 ratepayers doing this work. I think these initiatives haven't worked in the past because it does take courage. But every time we make a decision not to move 1%, we are pushing that problem onto our children, onto our grandchildren. We are struggling with unknowns. There are waste management, roads, bridges. There are things that we don't know because we don't have the sophisticated systems to hold those true. But we are working with our best knowledge. And there are possibly things coming down the future that we have to provide for in that future. So not to recognise the deficit that we have now is to work irresponsibly. We need to understand what we need to do. We've got other levers, as well as increasing our recurring revenue through rates adjustments. We can reduce expenditure. This Shire executive has proven that they can do this. They do it remarkably well. We need to support them with what they need, with the funds that they need to come up with the budget that they are looking at now. We have a community that's behind us. The feedback that I receive from community members is establishing credibility. And I believe we're on a momentum where we can move all these levers. Our CEO has the terminology levers. And the next piece of work that's never been able to be achieved by previous councils and executive is the review of our assets, our total asset portfolio. We have the skills around the table. We need to do the work. And for that reason, I don't advocate the 8%. And I've just done some calculations there on the average. We're only working with average. But the difference between an 8% and 10% is 81 cents per week. Yet the difference for closing our financial gap is much more significant. We're talking about in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I ask councillors to be brave. I ask you to support, to not support the 8% amendment and to hopefully go back to the substantive motion and support the 10%, which has been put forward by our courageous executive and staff. Would anyone else like to speak to the amended motion?
I haven't spoken against this amendment. Can I speak against the amendment?
You may.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like we had so many meetings and so many times we sat around and discussed what needed to happen. And now I feel like at the very last minute, once again, I sit in this seat with the councillors and none of them are going to have the fortitude to move forward. And I think Councillor Davies' comment was a really strong one, and that was about the intergenerational problems we will be delivering to the kids. We're doing it with the planet, we're doing it with the finances, we're doing it with housing. We have an opportunity to do something a bit different, and it does cost. And I would argue I'm probably not one of the richest people here, and I don't have a problem paying to live here because I think it's beautiful. I drive in here, I can't wait to get home from Perth, and all the fruit trees are there, and yes, farmers do need to be here. The flowers are there, the gardens are beautiful, the fun park's there, you've got your pool for when you do your hipping. We have just about everything. You could live and die here and pretty much not have left and still be catered for. So I think we're really privileged. The world looks like hellish compared to where we live. Every person that's ever come and visited or gets off that plane from Busselton, they all want to buy. Everyone wants to buy, everyone wants to move here. This is perfect. So what we pay to live here, I don't think is expensive. Don't go out, but you can go for a run in the bush, you can see the orchids on your doorstep. We've got a lot more to offer, and I just think we should remind ourselves to be grateful of that and to pay for the privilege, the safety that we have, and not to be fearful that that 2% is going to be too difficult. I think we can do it. Otherwise, yeah, we're doing it again. We're doing the same story again. History repeats and we're not learning. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman. Anyone else speaking to the motion? It's only you left, John. No? Okay. Councillor Mitchell, right of reply.
Yes, it's getting very late. I would just thank you ladies for supporting the motion. I think it's really important, and I take on board the intergenerational problem. However, I urge you to think about it. We can't keep spending, spending, spending. We have to pull back, pull back, pull back. Simple things like, did we need the playground? Sorry, new stuff. Yeah, so I understand, and the reason I'm doing this is for this business to get back on the bus and get on the right track and learn to live within its means. So these little amounts, just remember, year in, year out, it's more. It's above CPI. So each rate increase is above CPI. So this graphs we were given, it's only this much, but then it's this much, this much, this much. So, and when we're spending beyond our means, as I've said, we have to learn to live within our means. It is a beautiful place. And yes, it can be maintained for way less than we're maintaining it now. I throw the challenge down. Thank you. Please support it.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Okay, we'll put this to vote. It's a simple majority. All those in favour of the amended motion?
Councillor Bailey, Councillor Googler, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Shand, Councillor Glover.
And all those against?
Councillors Davey, Lindemann and Show President McCarthy.
Thank you, councillors. Okay, moving to item 10. Sorry, I beg your pardon, that was an amendment. So that now becomes a substantive motion. Councillor... Yeah, so a mover and seconder? Councillor Shand? Seconder? Councillor Mitchell? Councillor Shand?
No, I think I've already said it all. I think that this will go over quite well.
Thank you, Councillor Shand. Councillor Mitchell?
I really feel as though I've got to drill everything home again, and thank you. So please hold your nerve and hold your vote. So thank you.
Would anyone like to speak for the motion?
May I ask a question, please, for clarity?
Yes.
My question is, and I'm not sure if it's the CEO or Ms. Cliff, Lauren, or Stuart.
If we can have your question.
Yeah, so my question is, I'm wondering if you could just explain what the average rate revenue actually means, because I'm thinking that what we're understanding is what it averages out to being a day, a week, whatever, but what it actually means in regard to the bell curve and how some ratepayers have a higher rate because of their, than others. If you could explain that, that would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Davey?
This is presuming we don't understand because we voted against it.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Might get
Councillor, sorry,
Mr. Eaton.
Manager Project, Finance Manager Projects.
Through the chair, the average, I'll start this from the beginning. So rates is based on a valuation-based system. So the rates aren't a flat rate across all properties. So the higher the value of the property, the higher the rates. However, we adopt a minimum rate. So irrespective of how low a valuation is, they'll pay a minimum rate depending on the calculation as worked out. So the average rate is the average of the total rate by the number of properties. So it's that median position. So taking into account the lowest to the highest, it's the average between that level. So because we work with valuations, the average is the only way we can express what people pay, but once council has a adopted position, we can provide more modelling in the budget to demonstrate what that looks like and where that, so that bell curve looks like. But typically, there's a small number of properties that are very high end. And in terms of the UV, they relate to the almost predominantly the Forestry Products Commission lots, and then it drops off very rapidly. And the majority of them are very flat line in terms of probably 90%, 95% of properties are relatively around above the, at minimum or just above the minimum.
Thank you very much. Okay, would anybody like to speak for the motion? You got another question?
If I could, with a follow-up question. So I understand what you're saying, like the people paying the highest rates are the people, the forested state government pretty much. But then people with land that's valued quite high, then the percent that then they will also pay a higher percentage. So when we're talking about our farmers and things like that, they pay more than 8% or 10%. Their rate, the amount that they pay would be higher than that.
Yeah. Thank you. Would anybody like to speak for the motion? Sorry. Councillor Lindemann.
Sorry, I just thought that was a question. Is that a question?
Did you get a question of that? Excuse me, Councillor Glover. It's not an agenda briefing, it's not a chit-chat, so let's keep it tight.
No. But I guess from, with regard to your question, we don't track properties based on use. So whether it's farming or it's vacant, we don't track that for rating, but the valuer general will take into account, in terms of rural land, they'll take into account soil type conditions rather than what's actually been done on the property. With unimproved properties, it's purely on the land value rather than any buildings or any other structures on it. So once we've potentially got a percentage in mind, we now can demonstrate what that looks like. But it's a very small property at the high end. They actually carry the remainder of the ratepayers because they pay significantly more than probably 95% on the side. In terms of unimproved value, which are the rural properties, they are predominantly the Forest Products Commission. But then when we look at GRV, which is probably town site, the very small number of high ends are the commercial properties, which is the IGA type properties. And then again, it flattens out very quickly to at the minimum or just above the minimum rate.
Thank you. Well done. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor Davey?
I just want to note I'm recorded as voting both ways in the previous item.
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
Do you mind just going back to, we'll amend that now, so. Yep. So you voted against? Yeah. Yep. So remove Councillor Davey out of the four.
Apologies, I just didn't know if I'd pick it up when the meeting minutes come around again.
Yeah, no, that's
a month's
good to
time.
do it now. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone like to speak for the motion? Against?
Sure.
Councillor Lindemann?
Yeah, I'll speak against again. Human nature is crazy. We have, it's like all the evidence for climate change and yet we don't do anything about it. We know it. We've just had this, it's probably going to sound irrelevant, but it isn't. It's a human nature thing. We see exactly what's going on. We have all the knowledge. We know the people sitting in the seats up there are working harder so they can save money, and we're not willing to do our bit. That's how I feel. I feel disappointed, not for myself, and I understand farmers and stuff, but as a collective, I feel like we should have been on this together as a team, working towards the greater good that we had been spelt out so that we could be financially viable in the years to come, and we didn't have to have this hard discussion every year about rates because they would start to come down because we'd fixed our problems. but we've used the term kick the can down the road so many times and we're doing it again. That's my disappointment. However, this is a council and I will accept the decision. And for popularity, I don't think you're going to find yourself any more popular at 8% or 10%. You'll probably find yourself really popular if you went below 5%, if anyone was willing to offer that up. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lindeman. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? Okay, if councillors are happy, we'll put that to vote. Oh, sorry, right of reply. Councillor Shand? Oh, sorry, I missed that while I was writing. Okay, we'll put it to vote. All those in favour of the substantive motion?
Councillors Bailey, Goobler, Mitchell, Shand and Glover.
And those against?
Councillor Davey, Councillor Lindeman and President McCarthy.
Thank you. Okay, now moving on to item 10.1.1, which is an elected member recommendation put forward by Councillor Bailey for the Grimwade Road Urban Speed Zone request. And you will remember that I mentioned a couple of hours ago now, nearly 3 hours ago, that we did receive a petition from supporters of this recommendation, and that's as an attachment. Would councillors like to... Oh, sorry. Councillor Bailey, would you like to move your recommendation?
Yeah, I move the motion that we apply, get CEO to see and staff to see if we can get the speed limit reduced to 70 k's an hour for that 1.9 or 2k section of Grimwade Road.
All right. And a seconder? Councillor Goobler? Okay. Councillor Bailey, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, through the chair. Councillors, this is an easy one and it's been an issue in Baling Up for at least 20 years, and I know staff have been doing a lot of work on it and haven't got very far. There's a lot more houses in this location now. There's more homes being built. It's close to town. People do ride their horses on the edge of the road, which is the State Forest is only just around the corner. They walk there. And if we drop the speed limit down to 70 k's an hour, it would mean 41, 42 second slower trip in that area. So this is just a safety issue. Council have done it on Jay's Road and that's made a massive difference, that speed limit out there. So we're hoping that to back staff who have been trying to get this done for some time, if council approved staff to go ahead with the backing of council, then we'd get it through. And it's as simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Goobler.
Yeah, I just support Councillor Bailey on his recommendations here, and I feel that there's no, if you go past the oval there, heading towards Grimwade, there's no speed signs actually on that road. So should be a 60k zone or 50 close in, but I think just that reduction in speed will be helpful for those residents that's got driveways leading onto that roadway. So a car coming at 100 kilometres an hour doesn't take long to get there at a driveway when you just poke your nose out. So I think should support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goobler. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Shand?
Yes, I'm in support of this, and I'd just like to note for the record that it states it's an informal petition due to C, part of D and F. I'd like it to be noted that the intent is still clear from the petitioners.
Would anyone else like to speak against the motion? No one's looking to speak against? Anyone like to speak for? Councillor Glover?
Yeah, sure. I took a drive out onto that road and it's a beautiful road and for people to slow down and actually take advantage of the scenery. It's actually really nice. But I do note there were people at the time, they were walking along the road. You can see how fearful they are. You know, they quickly took off and then they're standing, you know, like in the bushes and that just to get off the road because they're so worried about the traffic coming along there. So I see that this actually makes sense. There are a lot of houses and driveways that go out onto the road as well. So I'm speaking for this motion.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion, for or against? Councillor Bailey, would you like to reply?
Yeah, through the chair, I would like to thank staff for the consideration of allowing that to petition. They didn't have to do that, but they did, and I think that shows goodwill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Well, councillors, we'll put that to vote. It's a simple majority. For those in favour? That's carried unanimously. And item 10.1.2 has been withdrawn, which brings us to meeting being closed to the public. Would councillors like to move that the meeting be closed to the public? Councillor Glover, and seconded by Councillor Shand. Anyone speaking against that? We'll take that as carried. read the resolutions. Oh gosh. Have you got the resolutions up? I've lost mine. Okay. The resolutions are at 12.1.1. The Council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and finalise the matter as detailed in the report. Item 12.1.2, RFT 102425, Management of the Ballingup Waste Transfer Station. That pass the resolution that Council award RFT 102425, Management of the Ballingup Waste Transfer Station to Hasty Waste Proprietary Limited, based on their offer for Scenario 2, operating hours. And 2, reduce the number of tip passes currently provided to properties as follows. 2.1, from 52 to 35 for properties without a curbside collection, and from 2.2, from 16 to 11 for properties with a curbside collection. And item 3, requests the Chief Executive Officer to communicate the resultant change to waste facility operating hours and tip pass allocations to the community, clearly articulating the rationale behind these adjustments. The communication should explain that reduction in tip passes is intended to align service levels with sustainable financial and operational practices. It should also highlight that these changes are designed to 3.1, promote responsible use of waste facilities, and 3.2, generate additional revenue by reducing the number of complementary tip passes, and 3.3, support the long-term sustainability of waste services within the Shire, particularly in the context of rising operational costs and limited contractor availability. Thank you, councillors, for a very well conducted meeting. We'll move to meeting closure, and I advise that the next agenda briefing session will be held on the 18th of June 2025 at 5 p.m. in the Shire of Donnybrook Ballingup Council Chamber, and I declare the meeting closed at 9:07 p.m.